Ah, welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. It is the Bowenthius hour again. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Congrats on the first once more, Oscar. I'm going to... wait. I thought I fixed that. I thought I did fix that. Well, time to go fix it again. Well, welcome in, everybody. It is indeed the beautiful Friday. We are doing the Friday things, but hello, Skull, welcome in. Hello, Deltor, welcome in. Hello, Killshot. Thank you for once again bringing...
Hello there.
Ah. Hello. What? Oh. What? We're already starting with the technical difficulties. Hold on a sec. Ah. Remember that one time where my connection to Twitch broke on the StreamerBot side and I restarted StreamerBot? Well, see, this is what happens when you restart StreamerBot. Yay! It has become inverted, yes. It has indeed become inverted, and I need to remember how to work with StreamerBot now. Because they recently, well, not recently, but last time I used it, they weren't at 1.1, 1.0, and now they are at 1.0.1. So now I need to see in the new UI that they made where the hell those settings are. You sure are, you sure are. I love it when Scuff scuffs. That's wrong. Viewers, commands, there's the triggers. There's the platforms. Hello, Axelion! Welcome in, thank you for stopping by. I am currently in the throes of yet more scuff, and we haven't even started stream, but welcome in, thank you for stopping by. I hope Friday is going to treat you well, if it hasn't already. Set up recurring timers, file folder, oh boy. You learn a program, then they decide, you know what, that's bad, let's do it again. Now it's a new program, and everything's in a different place. It looks cooler, they installed dark mode in, which is great because the original UI was a blinding flash of light. Actions and cues, Is it this one? It is. Disable that. Disable all trigger. There we go. Can you try that? Okay. It's still doing it. It's still doing it. Even though I literally disabled it. Oh. Is it this one? Okay. Okay, there we go. That I disabled the wrong trigger. There we go. Now it's disabled. It's... Oh, wait. That is... aha! We figured it out again! Now that time, instead of disabling the actual trigger, I disabled the action within the trigger instead of the trigger itself. Okay, now it functions. Okay. That's that fixed. Cool. I'm glad that you guys do your little mirror shebang and check out on the YouTube sides as well. Really helps with troubleshooting. I love troubleshooting to start the stream instead of actually doing the thing. Alright. So, I think what happened with Killshot specifically is that I did fix it, but for some reason, even though presumably it updated his bone total from the last time he was here, it didn't update the specific type of bone he had. So hopefully that's not broken. Yes, more spines for you, even though I changed... I actually had 2 mentions of the word spine, and I changed those to backbone. But it seems like it needs a minute to update. Hopefully. Also, I fixed this part. First, I fixed it by having the daily command be on cooldown for the individual, and the second, well, the reason it spun there is because I sent the message and I'm the broadcaster. Anyway, troubleshooting. Friday. Nice day, isn't it? I had a fun little time yesterday with RimWorld. Now we're having a funner time reading SCP articles. Ooh. There you go. See? But, see, now the problem is that I tried making it more conducive and more complicated by having you keep the functionality where you guys can still target other usernames, but the problem with that is that I tried making it into an if statement. And unfortunately, if statements are extremely complicated because I have no idea where to get the trigger from, so I decided instead of making it overly complicated for myself, I just scrapped a feature that wasn't even used. How many times can you tell me that you've actually thought about, oh, I want to check another person's daily bones and I'm going to use the command to do so? 0. That's how many, so if it's going to cause me bugs and problems and nobody's using it, might as well scrap it. You do have $ bone type specific. Everybody that comes in for the first time has bone type specific, and I also had bone type specific for some reason earlier when I was testing today. It's a weird system, but it functions for the most part as soon as I plug up all the holes. Delightful. Delicious. I want to talk about the fact that I finished Avatar: The Last Airbender. It was mwati. It was beautiful. It was mwati. Watched it for the first time. Delightful series. Now I'm up to Legend of Korra, and the problem is that I kind of don't want to talk about it because I don't want to invoke potentially people. Hey, Dumbledore dies, and that kind of. Good morning, boss. Hope all is well. All is well in Sunglasses Town. I hope you're doing well, Viking. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. It's always a pleasure to see familiar faces trotting about the fathomless chasm in the Bowenthius channel at twitch.tv/Bowenthius and other associates. Not affiliates. Mind you, the distinction is very important. Not affiliates, associates. I don't... For some reason, I'm in a very jovial mood, and I really like the fact that my hand tracking is as precise as it can be, and I do this with my hands. 2.0 progress. Coming along slowly, surely. Wait. Did you also have a sacrum last time? I feel like it's testing me specifically today. Did I save? I should have saved. I did press Control S on the damn thing. I need to double triple check because we are doing troubleshooting today, apparently. Mew redeems. Daily bones no, that's not it. Bone type specifics. So many people. So many people. I have whatever is funniest to me to have had. Yes. There's the pretext, there's the text. Yes! It did save, and it did fix. I guess we just need to filter on through from the old prompts and have it write the new ones. Oh, wait a minute, I just realized, while I was fiddling around with the options menu, there was a option that I had that I didn't know why I had it, and I felt like it was unnecessary, which was to set a timer for it to wait 2 seconds before sending you the bones. And I think I see why that was a mistake, because it seems to be importing your old daily bones, not your new ones. So, bones daily, edit. Wait action. There we go. Add that. Amount. We're bringing back the 1 second wait time. Hopefully that will be fine. There we go. Yu-Gi-Oh! Feels like a game made by a programmer because there is a significant difference between card saying if or when. Yes! There are so many specificities to be had, especially when you consider programming. I think it's more so in Yu-Gi-Oh's case that there's just so many expansions, cards, pantheons, anime adaptations, and all that, that it's all sort of a jumbled mess because it's made by different authors and they're trying to make sense of it. Because, yeah, it's basically a card game written by committee, and everybody has their own opinions on how to word things, and and players are competitive, and they will exploit and expose every little detail in the wording, so it's a combination of Yu-Gi-Oh! Being written by committee, and it being a competitive game, so people will search far and wide. It reminds me very much like, well, just like Dota, with how when they do a new patch, it's fresh and nobody knows what's happening, and then somebody finds an exploit. And, well, not necessarily an exploit, but just the strongest thing and most consistent thing, and then they have to patch it out in the next patch, and then they have to change all the meta, and so on and so forth. Same thing happened with Helldivers, except with Helldivers, basically what they did is, hey, we made this thing actually nice and good, and now it's a strategy, and now everybody uses it. Oh, that's too bad. Goodbye, it's gone now. Fuck you. You don't get fun. Anyway. I am very salty about Helldivers. I don't know if you've picked this up, but there's just so much betrayal, so much personal betrayal in that game, and, well, my feelings are hurt, and I'm projecting. Anyway. Hey, John05, I know the answers for your big quiz. It's redacted. Yes, my favorite thing. It's always redacted. Right. That is an excellent segue to get into minimizing all of my bots and scene transition. Look at that, there's nothing. Why? Because I needed to turn this on. Now it's on. I'm a silly little character. It's, what do they call it? Gap moe, where I basically look like I'd rip your spine out and do a Mortal Kombat fatality with it, and simultaneously I do this. It's fun. I have fun with this. This is streaming for me. Anyway, we have a couple of things on the docket. Disclaimer that Bowenthius Incorporated cannot fully restore all the tabs from the last session, so some articles may get lost. But if you make your suggestion again, my short-term memory will probably make it so that I don't remember you suggesting that. So if you really, really want an article to be read, just re-suggest it if it hasn't been gone through. And, well, I have short-term memory for people's suggestions, but I have good I have short-term memory loss for people's suggestions, but I have good short-term memory, not comprehension, but preservation when it comes to actually remembering the contents of the articles I read. Like the chair, which is why I'm an 05 council member, and I will never forgive the Gawk for what they did. Konami needed to come up with rules how the card's effects are worded. We call this problem-solving card text. Yay! I love how you have a whole culture around how you word your cards. That's magical. But problems incur solutions, after all. When you dance, it's obviously the influence of David Pumpkins. Yes. He's a distant cousin to Jack Skellington. Right. So, on the docket today, we have SCP-330, 7775, which looks very cool in purple. This, whatever this is, I decided to shelve the beautiful mine story because it was, frankly, getting bored with it. So I want to go in there, like, it basically lost the plot for me because I read SCP articles for the cool, oh, it's a vending machine, and it does crazy stuff when you ask it for a cup of joe. Like, those are my favorite types of articles, where it's a weird concept and people are experimenting and fucked up stuff happens. So those are my kind of articles. Messed up things, might I add. I seem to be swearing too much as of late, and I apologize for that. I do try. It's not so much for keeping an air of PG-13, as after all we're reading SCP articles at the end of the day, but it's more so that I believe that swearing is a verbal crutch that I would rather not have to rely on. To me, swearing is the equivalent of going and so on between. It's a filler word that is just not helpful in emboldening your vocabulary. And as a person who likes to talk, talking good is an important facet to have. So, I've been trying to keep the filler words out of my brain. Oh, you actually counted. See? See, now... Wait. Okay. Fascinating. Very fascinating. Oh, right, yeah, because you did the spin test, which... does it mess it up if you do that? Well, I can't check, can you? No. It doesn't seem to register on the other side of things. Oh, wait, no, it does register, it's just that side of the pond is very, very slow. And also it has a 1 second delay, so... But hey, you got a clavicle this time. Wowee. As I expected. Yes, okay, so doing daily spin test breaks it. Which, if I turned my hands back on, you'd see me shrug. Anyway... Right, where were we? Who are we? Why are we? Needless to say, you're not supposed to be viewing these. Oh yes, I used this for the thumbnail today. This was my iconic ascension into the O5 Council. As O5-6, I believe. Anyway. Beautiful SCP-330. Let's actually get into the reading. Oh yes, before the scuff happened and I needed to tend to that, I was talking about the 2.0 progress and I wanted to share my experience with that. Progress coming along decently. I mean, it's more so I'm progressing out of passion rather than an innate desire to actually get it fixed. And the problem with that is that I keep going into different areas of the model and overly complicating it, then having to step back and then having to step forward. It's a weird juxtaposition and dance between wanting to do all of the cool things at the same time and wanting to have a balance between details and simplicity, because simplicity is important, but I like details, so it's... It's definitely a challenge to keep up with all of my wants and desires and so on and so forth, but we are doing it. Well, I'm doing it. I mean, I could... Oh yeah, I was gonna say I could literally just show you the thing like a child presenting its new crayon drawing to a proud parent to put on the fridge, but I have an obligation to my Scion Sentinels, and showing you the thing is an exclusive privilege that they have, and they alone have, so not showing it on stream. If you want to see the progress reports, go check the feed on that front. Otherwise, it's coming along. I just need to figure out what to do with the hood situation, because I like my current rendition of the hood. It's very big and wavy, but unfortunately my current armor configuration precipitates issues with regards to it being as big as it currently is. So I'll have to do a little bit of an adjustment to a 12, and that's the current thing that I'm struggling with, but we will find out in the fullness of time where I will take that design. And by the fullness of time, I mean the 31st! Coming along! I need to figure out a Halloween. Yes, sponsored by me, yes. This stream is sponsored by Bowenthius. Ko-Fi. How's it? Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm streaming my browser right now. Ko-Fi. Wait. Wait. Can I do that? No. Coif. Can I do that? There we go. It's ko-fi.com/Bowenthius reference Twitch, which is probably a statistics thing. Doesn't work on the YouTube side, but hey, it is what it is. Anyway, reading. Item number. Oh yes, that actually reminds me that due to the fact that I'm going to be taking an extended leave towards the end of November, and I won't be streaming for the entirety of the December, and finishing the year off, you won't see me in December. I think for Halloween, I might do the Christmas DLC for Home Service Hotline, because I won't be able to do it during Christmas this year, and I really want to play that, so I think I'm just gonna play a Christmas-themed Halloween DLC for Halloween. Like lo-fi beats, but not even slightly the same. Exactly! It's like lo-fi, but not in any way, shape, or form. I was like, why is my music so loud? And that's because I had my volume turned up because I watched the first episode of Legend of Korra. She's spicy. So very attractive. Anime. Special containment procedures for SCP-330. Object class safe. Considering recent events, SCP-330 is to be kept in a secure storage until further notice. For Halloween, you dressed up you dressed up your stream as a Christmas stream. I very well might just do that, actually, yes. Or you said, wait. I didn't do that last Halloween. Last Halloween, I exploded. Rebranded. This Halloween, Christmas comes early. Holidays. I also need to figure out how to get a Halloween costume, because due to the fact that this is my face, this does not count as a Halloween costume, unfortunately. And the more unfortunate part is I am on a freelancer's budget, which is an X amount of money, which is very unknown, and it does not afford me a $300 bear costume. They're very expensive. Very expensive. Anyway. Special containment procedures. Considering recent events, SCP-330. Oh yes, the reading part of my streams precipitates me needing to breathe properly so that my existence does not get stuffed and clogged. Considering recent events, SCP-330 is to be kept in a secure storage until further notice. Level 2 clearance is required for access to SCP-330, or its contents. All direct experimentation of SCP-330 is to be conducted using Class D personnel with no genetic history of diabetes. Okay. No more than two samples are to be removed from SCP-330 at any time, except during exposure testing. The hydration, it has been revoked, invoked, and redeemed, and so on and so forth. It's not been revoked, it's been invoked. Revocation is the opposite. Yeah. Hydrated in your name, Artoscal. Isn't it wonderful? I love doing that. Eventually the facial flexes will get better. They're all there, and they all exist. I just need to come back to them. And also I have this beautiful iPhone that you guys afforded for me. Sitting here, turned off, waiting for the day it shall be turned on. Just sitting here, menacingly staring at me. I've never owned an iPhone before, out of principle. But this thing has really good facial tracking. And as such, A U-phone, yes, it's a me phone. It's a B phone. I like to think of it as a testament to my values that I, under normal circumstances, forsake Apple because they have their own ecosystem, and once you get in, it's difficult to get out. But I will forsake my opinion with regards to that for my audience. And I have bought this thing for its tracking capabilities. Don't bite it. It's not really fruit. No! It's not shaped like a fruit either. Also, isn't today National Talk Like a Pirate Day? You have not been keeping up with the traditions there, you pastafarian. Wait, what was it? Not pasta? Was it? Is it pastafarian or wait? It's pastafarian, right? Should be pastafarian. Beautiful pastafarian religion. Anyway. Pastafliferin? I don't know. Using Translate, all my pirate talk is coming out in English. Fair enough, we have universal translators, which is a lovely little quirk that happens during some shows. Like, oh, I can understand you because I have universal translation somewhere built in or something. Description. SCP-330 appears to be a small, round, stainless steel bowl filled with a variable amount of individually wrapped pieces of candy. Taped to the side of the bowl is a handwritten note reading, "Take no more than 2, please!" Exclamation point, exclamation point. For some reason, reading exclamation point reminded me of the Digital Circus and how I'm very excited for that show because I'm really looking forward to all the theories I know about that show and whether or not they'll be proven right or wrong depending on the following episodes. It's just a really engaging show because I recently found out that it has a lot of parallels to I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. And that fascinates me. It's like a modern retelling. Just like how Thor is a modern retelling in the Marvel universe of the Norse mythology, and so on and so forth. Attempts to remove the note have met with failure, as have attempts to hide it or obscure it. Testers have noted finding it impossible to avoid reading the note. And those who approach it from the opposite angle are aware of this request. When a quantity of candy greater than 2 pieces is removed, it is the park. I have been well. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. I am reading the Suppices. They are lovely. I'm reading about Suppices 330, and I shall read about this one, and this one, and this one. And if you have any suggestions, feel free to toss them in the bowl. I'm currently reading about a bowl of candy. When a quantity of candy greater than 2 pieces is removed, regardless of the means involved, the offender instantly has both hands severed at the wrists by an unknown method. That was a fun sentence to come in on. Tests involving remote manipulation by Class D personnel resulted in the operator's hands being removed despite no direct contact. Inspection of the incision reveals that the cut is made at the molecular level, leaving no tool marks or identifying factors. It is to be noted that the 3rd piece must be removed within a certain time frame. After 24 hours, the count resets and additional candy can be removed. This is why I love instructions and rules, because I find it I have a very easy time following them. I don't understand why people don't. I guess I just have a very long, kept instillment of fear within me, and so on, so. Anyway. Fear of consequences, that's what I was talking about. SCP-330, there is a meme, it can communicate with other anomalies, but humans can't hear its voice, and apparently it's Scottish! Delightful. That would be a fun miniseries. That probably is a miniseries. SCP pals, they talk to each other on a frequency that humans can't perceive. But that's a meme, not actual lore, but knowing the community, they might make it canon. I mean, that's the fun part about a site that's dedicated to production by committee. It's the things that became in-jokes and memes can eventually become canon. Discovered 3 days after Halloween of 20... when a police investigation into what was believed to be a case of ritualistic dismemberment was launched. SCP-330 was seized as evidence, but all attending officers were killed after Officer emptied the bowl of its contents. The cause of death was a result of data expunged.
I see. I be no using the translate and my words look like this, yo, and Billy, it's very some mateys in there to read it.
It is, yes. I found it very difficult, but up until this point, I thought that you actually invented those sayings yourself. I didn't know you were using a English to pirate translator. At least I feel better about not being to understand your wit, because it's not your wit, it's the translator's wit. Anyway. Foundation agents, under the guise of federal agents, recovered the object with acceptable casualties. Oh, wow. Oh, I see. So if you take more than 2, somebody gets their hands cut. But because he emptied the entire bowl, that's a multiple of 2s, so it had to cut off the hands of everybody in the vicinity. So it started with Officer Spliggity-Sploggity, and then it kept going for every 2 candies that fell out of the bowl in the precinct. That's sick. That is actually sick. I'm using a pirate to English translator. I do not know if an English to pirate oh yeah, sorry. Wait. Now I'm confused and my brain hurts, but it's a good thing because I don't got no brain. Another but is that the people who are in charge of the SCP Wiki are extremely strict these days. In the past, they used to allow fan stuff. Now it feels like you're applying for a writer's job. I mean, to be fair, I don't have a horse in this race, and I don't know the ins and outs of the lore of the SCP website itself. All I like is reading the actual articles. I'm more of a in it for the art type of deal, not for the drama per se, but I feel like that is fair coming from the perspective that the SCP Wiki is a very big site that is very famous, and a lot of people do not take it seriously, and in lieu of having to have moderators that are constantly snuffing out poorly written joke articles and not having it turn into a cesspool, like, I think that, what was that website that hosted the Twilight fanfiction? Fanfic.com or something like that? They seem to be, from what I'm understanding, again, I'm very ignorant on the subject and in this topic, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. But my perspective is that they are trying to make things quality over quantity, and they're trying to make this site not devolve into a cesspool, so is it justifiable? I'm not the authority on that, but is it understandable that they are so strict? I think so. If I was in their shoes, I probably would be as well. They probably had a very long-standing tradition of leniency before they became so overwhelmingly large. The SCP Foundation team is... the manager's team, I mean, is probably not as big for the infamy that the site has, so... understandable. Justifiable? Not the authority on that, but understandable. I can say that at least. Alright. Where are we? Addendum. Due to continuing security issues, SCP-330 will be held in Dr. Kondraki's office when not required for testing. Huh. Huh. They decided to keep the bowl... wow. You know what? Fair enough. Hopefully the SCP Foundation will follow instructions better than most people.
I be speaking to myself, it seems to be a pirate Scottish everything type of I say fake.
Yes. It is very much an internal struggle right now, because I have the urge to read your words in a piratey accent, but that's a redeem, and I love doing freebies, but I'm trying not to have it so that there is actual value to be had with the people, with the paying customers. So. And technically speaking, even though the currency is free, it is still a currency that governs our world. Yeah, those. You don't have enough schmeckles to use on the YouTube side of things, I'm afraid. I made the pirate very expensive for the free people for this exact reason. It's an incentive, you see. Also, I felt my voice going whenever the pirate redeems happened literally every stream due to the fact that you guys were burning through Twitch points. But hey, that is a past era. We are now in the new era. Well, it's an era of stability and balance. I think so, at least, anyway. Not spending it here, this be my whore. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. I feel I fail to account for the fact that due to the very nature of Scion Sigils also being a ranking system, that people would not be willing to part with said points because they would lower in their rankings. I can't wait for you to add a bowl. Well, I know which hat you're talking about, Redeem, and can hear you do a British accent for a few minutes. That is, I mean, the pirate hat is very large, so it is very doable that I could have, like, you know, what was that guy's name? Hat top, or the guy that has a sharp bowler hat. Yeah, bowler hat. Was it flat top? Oh yeah, I forgot. I keep Googling things on the thing. You need to use my second monitor. Oh, brother. Flat, what was the guy's name? Odd Job. That's the guy I'm thinking of. Odd Job. A bowl hat would be, it would be, yes. Bowels and bowls are different things, unfortunately. The English language is not kind to those who don't memorize it off by heart, and very unfortunate, but, yeah, I'm talking about Odd Job. And I thought Odd Job's hat was tiny, but there have been instances of people with tiny bowler hats. So that is, in lieu of a top hat, I could do a tiny bowler hat. I keep getting mixed up between saying bowel hat and bowler hat. But yes, that could very well be in the future. It's a good idea. Should write it down, actually. Maybe could make it happen for the 2.0 coming this October. There's a lot of things that I need to make happen for the 2.0. Yes. Bowler hat. I could also check, what was that show again? Peaky Blinders, that show. Peaky Blinders, that has a lot of personality to it. And they do oftentimes wear hats. So I very well could use that also as a form of inspiration for something similar, because I do loves me an Irish accent. But then the pirate thing is kind of like an Irish accent mixed with a bunch of scruff McGruff. Anyway. Subject D. Oh yeah. Experiment. Yay, experimenting. Experimenting. Name, researcher, Vogt. Date, 20... Subject D330-01. A double amputee equipped with prosthetic forearms and hands was told to remove 3 pieces of candy from the bowl. Subject complied with no immediate effects. However, within 45 seconds, subject reported a burning itch from both his arm stumps. Oh. I love this. See, this is exactly the kind of article that I'm talking about. We have established the rules of this thing, and now we're doing experiments to see how it reacts to certain circumstances, such as amputees. What is it doing with an amputee? Burning itch on both of his arm stumps. Right arm 2 centimeters below the elbow. Left arm 1.5 centimeters below the elbow. And phantom pains from both his absent wrists. Subject's distress at this discomfort increased rapidly. Within 180 seconds of having removed the third candy from the bowl, the subject began forcefully removing both of his own prostheses. Upon hurling the prostheses to the ground, subject reported that the discomfort had ceased. Oh. Huh. So I guess the guy's basically cursed with burning hands for the rest of his life. Or burning prosthetics. Huh. Dermatological examination of the subject's stumps revealed no unusual irritation or inflammation. Mechanical examination of the subject's prostheses revealed that, in addition to the physical damage sustained by being hurled to the ground, the prostheses had data expunged. Of course. Of course. The subject was supplied with fresh prostheses identical to the first pair, but reported feeling that it was wrong to put them on. Coercion was applied, and subject reluctantly put on the left prosthesis. Note, subject is right-handed. However, when told to put on the right prosthesis, subject began weeping incoherently and flailing his arms until the left prosthesis detached itself. Analysis of video footage revealed that the subject had not properly attached the left prosthesis to his stump. Mechanical examination of left prosthesis revealed only physical damage sustained from being thrown across the room. 24 hours later, subject was given fresh prosthesis and reported no difficulty in putting them on. Subject not terminated, as D-class amputees who are already used to their prostheses are in short supply. Ah yes, the most valuable D-class, one with missing arms. Alright, well, that's SCP-330 for you. The bowl that asks you very politely to please only take 2. No more than 2. You may take 1, but you may not take 2. 330, everybody. Fun thing to read while coming around to the Halloween season, considering that the month of September is already halfway through, which is amazing how quickly time flies by when you're having fun and modeling things. SCP-7775. Object Class Keta. Ooh. Special Containment Procedures. Due to the nature and scale of SCP-7775, effective containment of the anomaly is impossible. We all lose the handicapped D-Class. We're short on death row inmates. I just realized that you can take a D-Class, a perfectly functioning and healthy D-Class person. Oh yeah, they're used to that. That's actually a really good point that they brought up. D-Class amputees who are already used to their prostheses are in short supply. Implying that if you take a perfectly healthy D-Class personnel and just chop his arms off, he won't really be used to the feeling of not having hands in time to be useful for experimentation. It's difficult to turn somebody into an amputee and have them be at the stage where they can accept that part of themselves. In time for the funny SCP experiments, that is. Anyway. Effective containment of the anomaly is impossible. Civilizations, as described by SCP-7775 and their planets of origin, as well as any systems which have been expanded into by aforementioned civilizations, will be monitored by the Foundation's respective interstellar agencies. Did I just stumble onto an article about aliens? I guess I did. Goody goody for me. Description. SCP-7775 is an observed phenomenon found throughout outer space. The anomaly is that of convergent evolution of Homo sapiens sapiens. Did they spell Homo sapiens twice, or am I... Like, Homo sapien is the first definition, and I guess Homo sapien sapien is just... They're sapiens, but we need to add an extra frill to it. Either that or it's a text error. It's not a misspelling, they just spelled the same word twice. Across a multitude of systems, human societies that did not evolve on Earth are collectively designated as SCP-7775 Alpha. I'm gonna assume that's the sign for Alpha. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. The anomaly manifests itself on highly similar Earth analogs. Typically, these Earth analogs have near identical masses, atmospheric contents, and geological histories. Roughly 95% of the Earth anomalies rotate around a unitary G-type main sequence star, yellow dwarf. Okay, so it's not aliens. Well, technically it is aliens, but it's a branch of the human species that evolved under different circumstances. Observations have been conducted by the located in orbit around Charon, Cleomedes. SCP-7775-Alpha instances are generally identical to the humans of Earth. Within each SCP-7775-Alpha instance exists minor phenotypical variations, the scale of which is consistent to that of the variation between various ethnic groups on Earth. Consistent with the genetic research, preliminary evidence suggests that specimens of SCP-7775-Alpha instances can reproduce with Earth-evolved humans as well as with specimens of other instances. I love how that's the first thing. I mean, we are... The human race is nothing if not the horniest bunch of bastards out there. It's important for science. Similar to Earth-evolved humans, SCP-7775-Alpha instances have developed languages and comparable cultural development. Unlike Earth-evolved humans, however, instances of the anomaly typically do not have a primate-based evolutionary background. On SCP-7775-38, preliminary evolutionary research suggests shared common ancestors with avian analogs. Further research into evolutionary history is pending. Bird people. I just realized that this is basically implying that what would happen if the dinosaurs were not wiped out by a comet, they would evolve into sapiens. Can we breed with them? Humans first started seeing a humanoid life form. Humanity, innit? Humanity. 1 second. Oh boy. Right, okay. I got an email, you see, and I hate... It's not so much I want to check my email, it's more so that I want to get rid of the notification on my taskbar that you can't see. Right, where were we? To date, there have been 120. The discrepancy between the planet count and instance count is due to the presence of multi-system spanning instances. Oh. There have been 120 observed instances of the anomaly. The societies of instances include that of pre-agriculture, feudal states, nation-states, and interstellar empires. So it's looking like... It's like looking into a crack... It's the multiverse. It's a portal to the multiverse. And you're just seeing multiverse. The progression between various societal paradigms is not linear nor immediately intuitive. The Cleomedes Project. Input clearance code. Habba-da-boo-ba-da-bubba-da-boo. 05 council clearance, innit? Validating credentials. Access clearance level 1 of Cleomedes. Cleomedes is one of the Foundation's most recent attempts at expanding its capabilities outside of the Earth, located on the moon of Charon. Cleomedes is a station home to several experimental observational instruments as well as a scientific research station. I just realized, if you take the lizard, I keep forgetting the number of the lizard, but you know, the lizard, and put it on a moon far away from the Earth, wouldn't that effectively solve the problem? Just move the problem away? Would it break out of the planetary containment and then smash into us like the meteorite? Maybe the lizard is the meteorite that destroyed the dinosaurs. And that was at That was the Dinosaur SCP Foundation's way of dealing with that lizard, but it escaped and then it crash landed back on Earth just out of spite. My headcanon. Cleomedes is a station home, scientific research station. Most notable are the causality experiments, which has allowed us to very briefly achieve superluminarity. The hell is that? I don't know what that is. The result of which allows us to communicate with civilizations located many light years away, and in great detail. Ah, so it's like the radio, but light years. Below are selected instances of SCP-7775. Instances named below are attached to SCP-7775-Alpha, i.e. 17 refers to SCP-7775-Alpha-17. Ah. 17 is a planetary society remaining in a period of pre-agriculturalism, located in an ejected star system near IC-2497. You know, going back to the comment about how the moderators of the SCP Foundation articles and so on are very strict, it kind of reminds me of Avatar, in how during certain characters' final moments they were very strict to the point of being unreasonable. And that cost them dearly, so hopefully... Seemingly the Foundation articles are here to stay in one form or another, so I am sure that even if this site falls, the ideas will remain. Instance 17 is a planetary society remaining in a period of pre-agriculturalism located in an ejected star system near IC-2497. Anthropogenic radio is extremely scarce. Analysis of radio suggests the presence of anti-modernist religious movements akin to Neo-Ludism on Earth. Attempts to engage in contact with Cleomedes resulted in no response. Further analysis suggested 17 was formerly a spacefaring civilization. It is unknown when or why the instance returned to a pre-agricultural state. Ah. I know for certain that World War III will be fought with... I don't know what weapons World War III will be fought with, but I know that World War IV will be fought with rocks and sticks. Instance 39. 39 is the largest of the 3 interstellar states in NGC 6946. Nice. 39 appears to have developed spacefaring technology enabling for brief faster-than-light movement, which has allowed it to set up a series of colonies in its immediate vicinity. It is typically involved with conflicts with other spacefaring instances of SCP-7775-Alpha in the same galaxy. Oh my god, I just realized this is a galaxy far, far away. This is... Oh, I got Star Wars'd. Oh my goodness. How did I not see it? That is magical. Right. 38 and 40, 38, 39, and 40. Yes. Oh. In the same galaxy, 38 and 40, 38, 39, and 40 avoid a large section of NGC 6946, accounting for roughly 62% of the galaxy's stellar mass, preferring to war with each other for habitable and arable territory instead of expanding into this region. The reasoning behind this remains unclear. 102 is located in M87. It is in a period of nuclear armed nation states. The Foundation has made contact with a similar group in 102. 102 is home to an institution dedicated to organizing and containing anomalies and have similar technology to Cleomedes. This institution has been in brief contact with the Foundation and has confirmed their observation of the SCP-7775 anomaly. So they themselves are self-aware of the fact that they are in of themselves an anomaly and they are inside an anomaly. That's very... This is very stretching my perception of the word anomaly. And what counts as an anomaly within the SCP Foundation's universe. Instance 119. Yes, for some reason I cannot stop yawning. I do not... Well, I actually do know why. It's not so much because I'm tired, but it's more so the fact that I have a poor habit, something to that regard, regarding how I ventilate air while I read. For some reason, during stream, to be specific, I just don't read out loud. I guess I never had any practice reading out loud, so now it's catching up with me and I'm finding it difficult to maintain oxygen levels. Strange. Very strange. 119 is the remains of an instance in Dragonfly 44. No known specimens from 119 are known to be alive, and the ruins of civilization are seen from the surface. Foundation research suggests that 119 was recently unified after a long period of warring nation-states and were about to make initial forays into interstellar space. Tentative evidence suggests that 119 had developed highly advanced, faster-than-light technology. Missives relating to SCP-7775-17. Security clearance of 3 required. Handheld identification device detected. Enter security code on device. Validating credentials. Clearance confirmed. 15th of October 20. Memo from Cleomedes board. To all personnel assigned to working on top-level faster-than-light projects, please note that there has been issued an immediate order to place these projects on hiatus. Report to main office for further briefing. Oh. Wait. No. This is the 9th of October, apparently. Approximately 3 years ago, not too long after Cleomedes became operational, we received a missive from SCP-7775-17, which is odd considering the planet's anti-technology stance. Alongside, it was a key for the purpose of quickly deciphering their language. It, when translated, came to a simple statement. Watching man, turn off. The patterns are clear now. I have submitted my interpretation and proposal for action to the board. Hopefully it's not too late, Dr. Hinai. Watching man, turn off. Huh. Huh. I guess they don't like to be watched. Fair enough. I wonder if we as a species know we're being watched. Maybe we don't. And that's SCP-7775. Very nice concept. Humanity with branching paths and histories. Some an omen to the future, others a look into the past. This would actually, well, I mean, you can't really base our history off of the history of other planets, but you can at least inform our history based on the history of other planets. Potato, potato. Maybe I'm not a historian. Alright. Next up, we have 8686. It has the fancy page because it's a newer article that uses the newer format, with cool new additions that we read out that one time. Look at all of these fun little icons that mean things. Disruption class Kennick. Risk class Caution. Ooh, that's a problem. Level 2 restricted article. Special containment procedures for SCP item number 8686. Due to the unpredictable nature of SCP-8686 appearances, Foundation web crawlers are to monitor for any listings of the anomaly on resale or auction websites. If a listing is found, efforts are to be made to remove it. Purchasing the copy is the preferred option, though taking down the listing is a valid alternative. In the event that a copy of SCP-8686 is purchased, MTF Upsilon 33, Rushing Critics, is to obtain the SCP-8686 instance and administer B-class amnestics to the exposed individuals. Ooh, we're bringing out the big stuff. Who do they think they are? Send the Helldivers, the Space Marines, the Astro Militarium, the Federation, and then the Starship Troopers. We squash the Xenos and burn it and turn it into the dirt. Gox Pie and the Foundation. Ah! Oh, those dang dirty Gox. Sounds like a slur. They really would be just like all of those factions that you just listed off, wouldn't they? They are very much a human supremacist group, aren't they? And they will destroy everything they do not understand or deem a threat. Fear rules them, but curiosity rules the Foundation. A curiosity and caution that will lead to many lives lost, but simultaneously for science. Justify everything with for science. That's bad. Don't do that. Ethics committee. Important. Even if they came knocking at my door, they're still valued and important. Guess I'm just. It's preferable to. What's the word? Hiccups, so. Agents are to maintain the belief that SCP-8686 is no more than a memory of an existing play, as established by the memetic properties of the anomaly. Agar-class anomalies are perceived as fictional works where containment is focused on maintaining that belief. In this case, containment relies on the belief that this anomaly is a memory of a real fictional play. Ah. Description. SCP-8686 is an anomalous theater experience known as the best days of our lives. SCP-8686 is attributed to Pseudogenesis Productions. Huh? Oh, SCP-84... Oh, we've found a new article, everybody. Hell yeah. Alternatively known as GOI 478. I can read numbers. The first page contains information on those involved in the production of SCP-8686. 8686. Instances. Oh yeah, I need to form the habit of reading the footnotes. Footnotes. Let me read you. Footnote 2. Stephanie Pseudo, POI 478-1, is credited as writer and director. Solomon Bear, POI 478-2, is credited as stage manager and light technician. Duplo is credited as set designer. Vivian Chen is credited as memetic and cognitohazard creator. Huh. Oh, we sure do love cognitohazards up in this chasm. Instances will appear on various action websites, including eBay, Etsy, and Craigslist. I always knew Etsy was compromised. Priced $5 to $10. The cover contains a memetic effect, compelling someone to open the playbill, but opening it will invariably cause the subject to be affected by more of SCP-8686 memetics and cognitohazardous effects. You are inhuman supremacist? Asked the gawk soldier with a happy stripper trait. Huh. Oh, those dang dirty human supremacists, am I right? Sometimes I surprise even myself. Various memetics that make up SCP-8686 seem to be able to exert power on the environment around the subject for the duration of the performance, manifesting furniture and entities collectively known as SCP-8686-A. SCP-8686's story is in 3 acts, each corresponding to a unique heuristic, an effect of self-realization through a cognitohazard. Unique heuristic effect in the subject. Amnestic testing has shown that the show cannot be removed from the memory of any subjects. Huh. That's... ooh. Damn. Translator gonna trigger from stripper. I mean... potentially. Oh! You meant instead of writing the word trigger, it auto-corrected to stripper for some reason. Okay, now your comment makes more sense to me. It's like happy with a... What was it? Trigger happy. Yeah, you were talking about trigger happy. Your English is not English. I mean, as long as we clarify eventually with enough communication, anything is possible, or at least that's my firm belief. We will cross the lingual barrier somehow. But yes, trigger-happy trait is what you meant to say. For some reason, that phrase, they say a trigger-happy and not a happy trigger, but yeah, I understand now. The first act elicits euphoric emotions towards SCP-8686-A, towards the 8686-A instance representing the viewer's romantic partner with SCP-8686. Oh no. Oh no. It's one of those that's gonna lull you into living a long and beautiful life with your betrothed, and then it's gonna rip it away from you. I've had dreams like that, they suck. The second act induces paranoia in the viewer, specifically regarding perceived potential flaws or character faults. The viewer is inevitably unable to determine the root cause of their conflict. The third act forces the viewers to confront their flaws, resulting in a major conflict between the viewer and SCP-8686-A instance representing their partner. This conflict inevitably leads to a moment of self-realization. But yeah, a Gawk soldier would 100% be trigger-happy, because their motto is shoot first, ask questions later. Yeah, that is a horrible motto to have. And it is a motto ruled by fear. I do not respect them. And they are dirty chair killers. I do not respect them. An SCP-8686 performance will always follow the same act structure and is always set within the same location. A cottage home! While the narrative varies between instances, the subject is never able to leave the set. An image of SCP-8686 listing is included below for reference. Cognito hazard present. Be cognito hazardized! Best Days of Our Lives is a story told time after time, guaranteed to change your life. Tickets available online. Buy now. That's a funny icon. Isn't it funny when you're looking at a cognito hazard and your head starts hurting and your non-existent nose starts bleeding? I don't even have blood. That's how powerful that cognito hazard is. Blood. Addendum 8686.1 Experiment Log Preface D-2231 A D-Class personnel was given an instance of SCP-8686. The show was recorded as to understand the true nature of SCP-8686 performances. Only portions of the recording were recoverable, separated by glitches. It is believed a portion of each act was captured. The environment begins to shift into the cottage set of SCP-8686 as Act 1 opens. D-2231 is standing in the front door, holding a bag of groceries. Bowen having a nosebleed? That's unexpected. Yes. And unfathomable. There's a reason why I decided to forego having nostrils. Wouldn't it be weird if I actually shaped my face to have nostrils? That'd be messed up, I think. I like my face the way it is. Wouldn't change it. Yeah, honestly, it's very difficult in this modern day and age of body dysmorphia and all that to actually be confident and happy with your face after spending ludicrous amounts of time bone bending to figure out what kind of shape you liked. So much bone bending. You can tell I've watched Avatar: The Last Airbender because I'm now using terminology from that show. Bending. Adorable. Back in my day, we used to call it osteomancy. Or pyromancy. Or hydromancy. What the hell is the Greek word for air? I need to check this right now. What is the Greek word for air? Let's see. Probably would have had a faster time just Googling the answer instead of going to translate. There we go. Oh. Aeromancy. Yep. So, eras. Neat. Neadio. Right. The environment begins to shift. D-2023 standing in front of the door holding a bag of groceries. D-2231. Whoa! Oh, did I go to the store? D-2231 walks through the halls before coming face to face with an instance of SCP-8686-A. 2231 shifts awkwardly. Carol, they took you in too? I don't know what this voice is for this guy. Carol, they took you in too? Dear, are you feeling all right? Oh, you got the groceries. Did you make sure to pick up some eggs? We're out. D-2231 looks at the bag, nodding to SCP-8686-A. Yeah, it looks like I did. I used to hate the Serpent's Hand due to how many Serpent Hand fans kept writing the Foundation is evil, but forget there were other factions more evil, like the Circist, Anderson Robotics, etc. Oh, I don't even know what the Sarkist and Anderson Robotics are all about. I do know about the Serpent's Hand, and honestly, as long as they stick to their funny corridors and keep out of things and focus on punching the gawk, honestly, I'm fine with them. And ultimately, I think the Serpent's Hand's opinion is the SCP should all be free and we should usher in an age of chaos. But simultaneously, Airbender, Firebender, Waterbender, Earthbender, oh yeah, I forgot about Earth. Towards the year 3000, things have really went downhill. At that point, we just have Bender. I am Bender, please insert girder. Though, I just realized he's also a bender. That's the word bender, it's very fun. Anyway, Serpent's Hand, those guys believe things should be free and we should be in an age of chaos. So, ultimately, they might label the Foundation as evil, but they see them as the lesser of all the evils because the Gawk are just straight up executing any SCP they come across, while the Foundation is at the very least trying to capture, contain, and study the things. So, yeah. It's bad, but not as bad as it could be, I think. I reckon. Nah. There are rare good Serpent Hand fan writers, but most Serpent Hand writers make the Foundation evil and the Gawk be forgotten as if they never exist. That's just bad writing. The lore is there, people. Utilize it. Utilize it well. Anyway. Are you hungry, then? I could go for an omelette. And I know how much you like those, them. D-2231 pauses for a moment, staring at the instance of SCP-8686-A. There is a pause before tears can be seen in the footage. Oh, it's manifesting his dead wife, presumably. I missed you so much. It's okay now. It's okay. You said you would never leave me, and here we are. I remember when I said that. You came home and I was drunk on the couch. D-2231 chuckles and gets closer to SCP-8686-A, hugging it. I missed you so much, Carol! 2231's chuckles turn slowly into sobs, hugging the instance closer. I missed you too, Ash. Adorable. 2231 looks down at SCP-8686-A while in an embrace, tears flowing. SCP-8686-A wipes away some of her tears, smiling warmly. Aww. They cry. I couldn't ask for anyone better. They kiss. Aww. Let this illusion bring you peace and happiness. You said you wouldn't do that anymore. 2231 takes a sip from a green glass bottle. What? Oh, this is the first act. Let's see. What was the act structure? Euphoric emotions towards representing the viewer's romantic partner. Second act induces paranoia. So we're at the paranoia stage. Funnily enough, Gawk fans treat the Gawk like how people treat Helldivers too. They go along with it because it's fun and human supremacy. Chaos, on the other hand, I don't know, they keep it mysterious. Huh. That's actually a fun way to look at things. It's not a good way to look at things because ultimately the government of Helldivers 2 is a propagandist, utilitarian society of control and fear, but it's being... It's a difficult point, because both are works of fiction, and they are representing these things in, like, yeah, it's dystopian and it's horrifying, but it's very weird to describe, because I also have that same feeling where it's like, yeah, it's fucked up, but we're having fun with it's where we're cosplaying as, well, brainwashed soldiers, I suppose. Hey Bender, want to reply to Sender? Hey Bender, want to teach me Blender? Hey Bender, are you a major offender? Hey Bender, this is so hard to render. Hey Bender, okay, I'll stop now. Oof. But it's a weird feeling to describe, because I've also been in the throes of, yeah, for super, it gets you pumped. It gets you believing in a cause, even if that cause is basically universal domination. But it's hard to... The weird thing is, I guess I haven't read enough about the Gawk to feel that way towards them, like how I do towards the Helldivers or Super Earth. What is the I don't even, the SCs, I don't remember what their division is called. The Helldivers. I mean, on average, Helldivers lasts about 11 seconds on the battlefield or something like that. You know, very bad mortality rates. So... like... it's fun to have it be a fictional thing and just let the boys be boys and slaughter all the aliens in their funny video game and or narrative written work, but when it bleeds into reality, that's when the boundary should be drawn, I think, is the point that I'm trying to make. Because the Gawk and Helldivers is all fun and games, but it's important to know that it's a parody and not meant to be actual policy. Gotta say, Chaos Insurgent soldiers are hella strong since they carry that M2 something LMG American that is basically a short stock belt-fed light machine gun. Yes. Anyway, so first act, love. Second act, paranoia. Root cause of their conflict. Third act, flaws. Conflict and viewer instance representing their part in the conflict inevitably leads to a moment of self-realization. Oh yeah, the whole thing about this is that it is guaranteed to change your life, so... cool! Honestly, can I go through one of those as well? I would love to go through. This seems like the perfect therapy. Seems like the perfect therapy session. Sort of. You said you wouldn't do that anymore. D2231 takes a sip of a green glass bottle. Seriously? I quit. I quit drinking for you. Let's just enjoy the moment. Want a sip? SCP-8686-A makes a disgusted face at D2231. You'd better be wasted. Actually, I think I'm rather insightful. Are you sure? Ash, I've been sober for 5 months now. Are you fucking kidding me? 8686-A clenches its jaw, brushing its hair to the side and glaring at D2231. I'm going to get some fresh air. Feel free to join me when you're thinking again. Carol, I don't see the problem. I'm not a drunkard like you were. 8686-A glares at D2231 as tears form. Every day you've made me feel bad for drinking. It was a fucking problem, yes, and I needed help. But you didn't have to say what you did. You told me I was gonna die from it, that I was gonna end up in a fucking gutter. 8686-A's lip quivers as they begin to cry. Why in the hell would you say that to me? Why in the love of Christ would you keep drinking? No, why are you still drinking? Carol, sweetheart, you just don't get it. M249 Saw found the name, but yeah, they seem to always depict a Chaos Insurgency soldier carrying this gun Not one, but every single troop. They must be anomaly super soldiers. Oh, I see what you're talking about. The Chaos Insurgents. Yes, those guys. M249 Saw, eh? That reminds me of a gun from Gears of War. Ah, it's not. But still, probably carry those like they're pistols. Carol, sweetheart, you just don't get. Nah, you try to talk your way out of this. This is my crying lady voice. Am I convincing you? I am a voice actor. I'm one of those types of voice actors where no matter what the role is, you can always immediately recognize their voice. Like, immediately upon watching, Legend of Korra, I immediately pointed to the screen like, Leonardo DiCaprio and yelled, J.K. Simmons, it's you! Because his voice is just so recognizable and he just does his, like, his voice acting is his voice. It doesn't have, like, the voice acting chops of voice actors that, like, do a variety of voices and you can't tell. He's one of those where his voice is just so recognizable, they just bring him in just because he just does the, like, he's one of those voice actors that you bring in because he's a good actor, not because he has a lot of vocal range and variety, is my point. Don't get me wrong, J.K. Simmons is awesome, and he does, but he still has a very immediately recognizable voice. Which lends itself quite nicely to my little minigame that I play whenever I watch famous works, which is like, I recognize that voice, and it turns out it's a guy that I am familiar with, because voice acting. It's fun. Yeah. Oh, look, it's Bowen. Oh, look, it's Lord Houdini. Welcome in, Houdini of the lore. Thank you for stopping by. While the Foundation and Gawk use your standard Western weaponry from M4A1 to the fancy German guns like the P90. I love the P90. It was it used in Starship Troopers because it looked like a space gun? Serpent Hands, though, they use good old AKM. Well, I mean, all of these guns you mentioned carry a certain culture and stigma to them. Like, for example, the AKM is a weapon of resistance and something that could be assembled and distributed quite easily and quickly so it makes sense that the guys for Chaos would be using an AK, and then Western people would be using more industrial weapons like the P90 and so on. Like how in Counter-Strike, the terrorists use an M4, and the counter-terrorists use an AK-47. It's fun. They are iconic guns that imply certain things. Anyway. Excuse the random peasant. How the hell are you, chap? I'm fine. I hope... I hope that was one of yours, not one of mine. Otherwise, I'm fine. Had a very productive week. Very, very nice progress on things and projects and so on. So hopefully we'll keep that in the same pace. Pace. Yes. So. Reading articles today. Isn't that fun? No, don't try to talk your way out of this. 2231 visibly sinks lower into her chair. Oh, my mistake. I thought this entire instance, 2231 was a dude. My bad. Dust off the brain matter. How you know what? I can't tell if mine or yours. Anyway, sounds pretty good. That's what I like to hear. Not the part about dusting off brain matter, mind you. The part about things sounding good. I hope life has treated you well otherwise. I remember someone legit made Germa an SCP and made it into the wiki, but I forget which number, and I don't know if they later removed it or kept it. It's been a while. I mean, the thing about them being strict is I feel like, sure, fair, but simultaneously they do have a entire section related to joke SCPs. So it's not like they're like, SCP Foundation is serious business, no jokes allowed. You have this entire thing. Don't let 05... Oh, hello. I'm gonna see this one. Oh, don't let 05 Command see this. I want to see this. I'm 05 Command. Busy, but having a good time. Good. Same. Very much same. I haven't been able to blink this week because I've been so schedule-packed. And in fact, next week I'm making a change to the schedule. Instead of doing Thursdays and Fridays for my schedule, I'm gonna do Wednesdays and Thursdays, completely stealing the scheduling of VTuber Iriella. I never thought about it. It's just such a good schedule. And I'm just gonna do that. So I'm switching my off days to Wednesday and Thursday, so be prepared for that next week and onwards. Very good system. I'm gonna steal it. No one will ever know. Curse you, Lord Houdini, my other self, avenge me! Oh, I get it. He killed your Twitch side. That's adorable. Who needs to blink when you can work? Executes another peasant. Who needs blinking when you don't even have eyes? Or water? I think I'm all dry, to be honest. I don't know what would happen if a waterbender tried to extract any liquids from me. Is the thing behind me, is the red a liquid? I don't know. I don't know. Experiments for later. Anyway, so, yeah, they're strict, but I'm pretty sure that if a Germa article existed, if it was written well, they probably wouldn't remove it, they'd just move it over to the joke section. I think. It's actually just a lava lamp. You know what? Fair enough. Where were we? Over here. We were over here. Yes, we are. To be honest, I haven't read the Germa SCP article, because if the guy wrote it well, that makes you feel immersed into the SCP, then they might keep it, and if it's satire, then probably got removed eventually. Like I said, if it got removed, that is definitely a step too far, but if it just got moved to the joke section, then that's fine. Who even needs to avenge that guy? No, not me. Oh, you couple of cards. Right. Oh, they refer to 8686 as an it, and they refer to 2231 as a she, I see. Ah, you're on the leaderboard. Good job. See, I'm glad the bots periodically reminding people that I have commands actually has people invest in those commands. Delightful. Delightful. Also, I'm glad to know that my leaderboard ranking is so large that I have a whole 77 positions in it. That's fun. I've had a lot of people come in and out over the year. I've never seen this before. Well, it's been here. It's a lovely thing. It is... Due to the fact that I'm no longer affiliated with Twitch.tv, I made an entire system to emulate the Twitch point system, and it's all entirely done with text commands. And if you are curious, you can see in the about page and/or description down below for all the commands. Not gonna lie, I wrote that previous comment and posted before you said that. I don't know how you read my mind, or I read your mind somehow. Yes, mind reading. Well, I'm glad that you're here, because it seems like we have a lot in common, not just in our experiences, but in the ways we think, so... Position 11, that's a big one. I wonder who the other 10... If you're in position 11, I wonder who the other people are. Because I know that myself and the Skelegion bot are not a part of the ranking. So, and I know O Skull is 1 and Deltor is 2. So who the hell is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Oh yeah, right. My fabled lurkers. For the sake of their anonymity and not calling them out directly, because I feel like that'd be rude. You guys know who you are, but yeah, I remember I have dedicated lurkers that have been with me since I began streaming, since before the age of Bowenthius. Thank you for your service. Your presence is felt and appreciated, even if your text messages are not seen, because they do not exist. That is the toll of being a lurker. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yes, I was resetting my face. I was leaning a bit too back. Anyway. Where were we? I quit drinking for you every day. Every day you make me feel bad. You don't get to put down the bottle. I don't want you to practice what you preach. I want you to practice what you preach, please. Okay. I promise that I'll quit drinking. So I'm sorry. I love you. I'm going to go sleep off my drinks. Nods. SCP-8686 nods as D-2231 stands up in the scene, shifts into a bedroom, takes a flask, frowning as she drowns the contents. Her body trembles. Last one, I promise. Bowen, how am I supposed to flex with my position if you keep saying that I'm in position 1? What? Oh, you mean I'm robbing you of the privilege of doing exclamation mark sigils and showing everyone that you are number 1. I apologize. I apologize. I mean, it's hard to not identify who's the best, numerically speaking. By body types, I mean, what body types we like. Yes. Now I'm confused again. I'm sure you'll find a way to code your message such that I can read and understand it. That's fine, I'm just joking, you're good. Oh, okay. But still, it's good to keep in mind. Who's number? I don't know who's number 1. It could be the guy who's also themed like me. Right, so we're in the 3rd act now, where they come into a fight and he has the big realization. I wrote a long comment and it seems YouTube didn't like it. That is unfortunate. I was wondering why you kept self-censoring yourself by changing letters to use numbers instead, but I see. YouTube has strict censorship and moderation, which I can probably turn off, but, you know. Frankly, I'm scared of the YouTube public because unlike Twitch, YouTube has existed for a lot longer, and it has a lot more culture to it, let's say. A cesspool of culture, if you will. So, moderation settings are gonna stay as they are. I'm sure you'll figure out a way to communicate your thoughts and feelings to me in a manner which I will find legible. Right. D-2231 looks to the front door where SCP-8686A stands. She has tear-stained eyes and is shaking. I'm sorry, I don't want you to leave. Please, darling, come back. Come back. D-2231 is now a sheep. 8686-A looks back, sniffling as tears flow from its eyes. I feel like I don't even know you. You won't quit. You won't go to rehab. You won't go to therapy. It's like you don't even want to change. Change is important, kids. Remember, therapy, rehab, and quitting is good. Do those things. It takes willpower, but it's important to do those things. Like me, it takes me a lot of willpower to have to get off of... I had to completely abandon going to the front page of the internet, also known as reddit.com, because it was just not good for my mental. And I recognized that, and I cut ties with it, but since becoming a streamer, I had to dip back into Reddit, or at least I used the excuse to dip back into Reddit, so that I could promote myself, but the tendrils of the cesspool clawed their way back into me, and I became obsessed once more, so I had to give it up again. And it's hard. It is definitely an addiction. And it's difficult. But it's important to do. YouTube censorship makes no sense because it affects some, but others don't seem to get affected. Like, if I say something bad, it gets censored, but others say it okay, no problems. Shotgun approach, it would appear. Shotgun approach. Very unfortunate. I love streaming. Anyway. I love you, though, so much, more than anything else in this stupid small world. Please don't leave... It's a cabin in the woods. Please, don't leave me alone. I don't want to be alone. You're the only thing that keeps going. The only thing that... Wait, you're the only thing that keeps going? I don't want to be alone. You're the only thing that keeps going? Fair enough, I guess. 8686-A. I can't do this anymore. You're hurting yourself with your addiction, and then you turn around and hurt me. You. 8686-A's voice trembles, choking up. You can say you love me all you want, but every time I see you drink, it reminds me of a past I had to crawl out of alone. And you have the gall to throw that back at me after everything you know I've been through. I'm done. It is very sad to look at a reflection of your own past sins in another person. The person that you trusted with a life together. Also, that just reminds me that finally, after so many decades and years, I finally understand where "That's Rough Buddy" comes from. It comes from Avatar! My girlfriend turned into the moon. That's rough, buddy. It feels like a very appropriate "That's Rough Buddy" situation here as well. Because I felt it, like, this is a very heavy topic. Like, this is a very heavy and human and relatable type of writing. And I just felt the "That's Rough Buddy" coming out of me. I love shotguns, but love me military rifles like the M16A1, but funnily enough, the US is probably the only nation that allows shotguns for the average grunt, while others are for special forces only. I love shotguns. I have probably mentioned this to you. But another thing that I think you weren't here, because over the course of last time you were on one of my streams and now, I can share with you maybe I've shared this already, again, feel free to tell me, but I've become a airgun addict. We have air guns for pest control, and we just decided to have some fun and do a little tournament where we just shoot at targets. Plinking, I believe it is called. And I had a lot of fun with it, and I won that tournament. And now I have 2 air guns, and I'm probably gonna get a 3rd. And they're very fun. 4.5mm calibers, very fun. They're just little lead pellets, and you just shoot the gun without any damage to your ears, if I had ears, but still. I like the aesthetic of not being deaf, so I like the aesthetic of air guns. Very fun little thing, so I have a bunch of those. It's actually not an underlever, it's like a crank, I don't even remember what it's called, but technically it is underlever. Anyway. Carol, honey! Walks out of the cottage, slamming the door shut. 2231 sits in the house, making her way onto the couch. She curls up into a ball, covering herself in a blanket and mumbling nothings to herself to try and calm down. The only remaining noises in the recording are D2231 sobs and the dull buzz of the stage lights. After 10 minutes of crying, she falls asleep. The show ends. Oh. I retract my previous comment about this being good therapy. This seems like the opposite of therapy. Trauma. Third act forces the viewer to confront their flaws, resulting in a major conflict between the viewer and SCP-8686-A instance representing their partner. The conflict inevitably leads to a moment of self-realization. I guess the moment of self-realization does not bring your girlfriend back. Or boyfriend. It. Your it friend. Cousin it friend. After the experiment, D2231's requested Foundation psychiatric services to aid her in mitigating her alcoholism. The request was granted and D2231 showed exceptional progress in her recovery. Efforts are ongoing to identify SCP-8686-A from D2231's recorded performance. Despite D2231's insistence, they have never been in a relationship or married to any individuals named Carol. As such, SCP-8686-A's existence as a real individual is pending further investigation. Oh, so if you've never had the love of your life, it manifests one out of your subconscious. Wow. Funnily enough, airsoft guns are probably the only legal guns you can own and use as self-defense, because pellets do hurt a lot. I mean, even though technically the rifle that I own is a toy, they could be lethal weapons, so. And also I found it fun that there is a distinction between airsoft guns that shoot BBs and air guns that shoot pellets. I feel like an air gun is the middle ground between airsoft and an actual gun, which makes me feel like a bigger boy than the airsoft crowd, while simultaneously not being as lethal and as deadly as actual guns. Also expensive. Bullets. Expensive. Tiny little lead? The tiny little lead pellets, I actually have it right here. I don't know if you can hear the shaking. Tiny little lead pellets? Very cheap. Very cheap and fun to shoot. But yeah, I've gone down the air gun rabbit hole and I'm having a fun time. Except for the fact that I need some sort of... like I said, I'm brand new to the whole gun thing, so I need to figure out how to zero in a gun while keeping it steady. I might have to buy one of those gun stand things, but that costs money. And yeah, air gun pellet ASMR. Ain't it just? Ain't it just? But speaking of just, I need to adjust my sights, and I don't know how to do that yet. I need to figure out how to put cinder blocks and keep it in place so it is fireable and pointing at the target so it can zero in the damn thing. Because I don't know how you're supposed to zero in a gun when you don't have a way to stabilize the gun to keep it static. So I need to figure out how to keep the gun static. Hopefully, at a budget. Because things is expensive. I kind of spent all my budget already. So, anyway, nah. Where was I? Where was I? Oh yes, footnotes. I already read all these. Oh, and I didn't know that. Air guns are deadly! Metro 33 taught us that you can create air gun and can be lethal with enough air power and strong lead steel. Absolutely! That's actually the thing that I very much love about that specific instance, because I know the exact gun you're talking about. You have to crank it, and it actually uses air pressure, and you have an air pressure gauge. And it is essentially a sniper rifle, because that is what air guns can be with enough air pressure. I believe that gun is essentially the real-world equivalent of a pre-pneumatic charge. Is that what it's called? It's PCP, but what is it? Oh, pre-charge pneumatic, sorry. Pre-charge pneumatic. So, it has an air tank that you can refill by cranking that thing. A lot of PCP guns actually use a bike... Well, it isn't a bike pump, but it's a bike-style pump. Which is very fun. But simultaneously, it kind of feels weird to attach a bike pump to my gun to be able to pump it up like a tire. So I've gone with the underlever options, which is essentially just one big crank that's under the barrel of the gun, and you just crank that once and you're off to the races. Very fun stuff. Like I said, I've gone down the air gun rabbit hole and I've been having a great time. I might be tempted to actually get a replica SPAS 12 because Half-Life. SPAS is just beautiful gun. I want a shelf with a SPAS 12. And this is the closest I've ever perceived to getting to that point, because I'm never gonna own real guns. Real guns are scary, and deadly, and dangerous. Air guns, though, just good compromise. Looks like a gun, but isn't as powerful and as deadly as a gun. Still deadly, though. Boeing going all 360 no scope with his air gun. You can do that. I never thought about that, but yes, that is a thing you can do. Oh, that also reminds me that I need to actually air guns. Yeah, thank you. Excellent. We found the air gun crowd. But what was I gonna? Oh yeah, I need to buy like actual plinking targets because we currently just have a piece of paper and a wooden wall. So ideally, I'd like to get one of those boxes that has. Well, it's not a box, but essentially it has those little targets that are attached to hooks, and when you shoot it, they just spin around. That sounds like it would be very satisfying. Oh yeah, question, if you had to pick one shotgun, which type? Pump shotgun, double barrel shotgun, semi-auto, automatic? That is an excellent question. I think I like the pump shotgun the most out of all those because it feels the most manual. So yeah, definitely pump shotgun. A close second would be full auto. I do loves me an AA-12. But yeah, if I had to pick only one in that list, it would definitely be pump. I like the pump. That's what I'm looking for. I'm basically looking for an air gun that simulates the pump of a shotgun. I'm gonna take a vintage double-barrel elephant gun. Oh, of course you would. You love hunting big game, and big game for you is peasants. You execute them for sport. Got to add lever action shotgun there, my apologies. Oh yeah! The classic Terminator lever action gun is beautiful as well. I would also love to have a lever action air gun that you can spin the barrel, but I have yet to find one for an affordable price point that is not a toy. I am so dynamic in my chair that the tracking cannot keep up with my antics. Anyway. Gotta keep myself active, you know, and the peasant hunting keeps me. Well, I mean, it's called hunting for sport for a reason. Keeps you limber. You always imagine, well, at least in cartoons, they're depicted as pudgy old people with big elephant rifles hunting things for sport. But I'd imagine you'd probably need to be very much in shape and fit for that kind of activity. So it's kind of a good workout if you think about it, except for the whole killing peasants thing. But hey, to each their own. As long as our domains do not intersect. Especially considering the... Einzulgon is probably nearby as well. It's just a regular Overlords convention, isn't it? Good times. Alright, well, that... honestly... When I got to the footnote section of this, my first thought was, really? That's it? I wanted more. I wanted to... I guess I'm a sucker for romance because out of all the things that I've ingested in terms of media, romance is the part that I'm lacking in the most in terms of novels and stories and just general things, so... Please tell me that... I used to be like, oh, why do you keep watching soap operas and dramas and all those? They seem like such a waste of time. But now I finally get it. You get invested in the characters and you want to see them succeed. It's very much a human expression to want to see the protagonists get better in the soap operas. Funny how the early BB guns were basically lethal slingshots that use the same mechanism as a gun, but added strong force to shoot the BB made of metal that is akin to a... .32 to .44 caliber. I've gone down the air gun rabbit hole, but I've yet to reach the history section, unfortunately. Guns powered by air for Bowen. It's fun. It's a fun affair. Having fun out there. It's beyond compare. Ha 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 ha. Derriere. Actually, no. I guess that the derriere, I guess, would still count as rhyming with air, and that's bad. We have We are having peasant hunts with the other lords on Sundays. Feel free to swing by. It's a jolly old time. I do respect Ulgon because even though he has no feelings for the human race, he doesn't go out of his way to torture and murder them for sport. So he has no horse in the race, but he still chooses the moral path, which I find respectable. I'm still holding on to this. It's like a box of Tic Tacs, except it's lead pellets. I heard that lead is bad for you, but presumably if I keep it outside of my body, it should be fine. So I don't really have any fleshy bits to worry about, so... Right. So that is SCP-8686, a drama generator. Neat. So, I see. It's sounding too similar to the God Valley incident. Ooh. More lore drops coming by the dozens, it would seem. Alright, next up we have SCP-8478. Special Containment Procedures. Web Crawler AIC Showtime is to continually watch the dark web and Viber. Didn't expect a Viber mention in this day and age. For newly announced SCP-8478 venues. Oh. Oh, this thing. Oh, it's a different oh. That... Is that... Fascinating. So are you telling me that in order to hide the fact that this is a cognito hazard, they use really bad, imagery? Neat. Or maybe it's just the same cognito hazard type, because this came from 8686, yeah. It's attributed to Pseudo-Genesis Productions, and I guess this is the base of Pseudo-Genesis Productions. For legal reasons, I was not there. Fair enough. Eastern romance. Slow, filled with miscommunication, drama, hand-holding, and it ends in the couple finally kissing. Western romance. Sex, take it or leave it. It reminds me of that iconic Western movie where the whole premise was that they were just no strings attached fuck buddies. And then they ended up being in a romantic relationship anyway. Because I guess you can't have... I have been told over the course of my life the relationship between a man and a whoopin... A fanny whoopin. A man and a woman cannot be strictly friendly. Either it is romantic or it does not exist at all. There is no in between. And I want to believe in my heart of hearts that that is not true. Because that would just... suck. Anyway. Following the announcement of the new venue, MTF Upsilon 33 Russian critics are dispatched to the location to secure as many tickets to the show as possible. I don't think that's true. Yeah, I don't think that's true either. I think they just weren't trying hard enough. The people in question that have been telling me these things my whole life. Nah. Yeah, exactly, skill issue. Just weren't good enough at the social aspect, I suppose. Just because there is a romantic attraction to a certain gender, or lack thereof, doesn't mean that... That necessarily means that it's only romantic attraction and nothing else. Can't be friends? No, no, no. False. The only relationship a man cannot stop being intimate is the relationship between them and ancient Rome. Oh, we must take back the Holy Lands. Jerusalem is ours for the taking. That is absolutely true. A man's duty should be to his country first. For Super Earth and so on. Hey, we made it. We circled back. Anyway. Due to the status of GOI 478 as a non-profit anomalous theater company, these costs qualify as Foundation-backed art subsidies, resulting in an overall net profit for SCP-8478's budget. Oh. Man and women can be friends, but their body or society makes them act that way. But there are still man and woman who are friends, and they don't have to be homosexual neither. See, that's at the very least that confirms my already existing biases, and I believe that. That is also my philosophy as well. So what if I'm in a... Listen, this is my stream, and if I make it into an echo chamber, then, well... I don't think it's a bad echo chamber. I can see why... So this is what... Well, I'm not even famous, but this is what happens when you... Well... I'm learning things about the nature of being a public figurehead and so on and so forth, because even though I'm not famous or popular in any means, I am still, technically speaking, a figurehead, because I am the figurehead of this stream. As the streamer. This is an echo... No! No, it isn't. Who said that? You hear an echo? I don't hear an echo. Ah. Oh no, Bowen's learning. Run! I'm becoming stronger. With every stream, I become more powerful than you can possibly ever fathom. Amber. Oh, you guys. What would I do without you? Probably be a little bit sadder. Instances of cognitohazards advertising SCP-8478 are to be neutralized via mimetic counter memes. An active cognitohazard. So basically the way to counter this thing is to show it a picture of SpongeBob. An active cognitohazard appearing to the viewer as a poster of the SCP-8478 and an inert representation of said cognitohazard are included below as reference. Ah, so this is an inert version of the cognitohazard. Sense. An anomalous sensory club delivering transformative artistic experiences through the immersion in an incomparable world. Limited engagement only. Tickets available at venue. Okay, so I was right. They can't actually show you the real cognitohazard because that would break your brain, so they have to show you a mock-up of it that is non-hazardous. Cool. I feel like I've been on this street before. Description. SCP-8478 is an anomalous theatrical experience known as Sense. SCP-8478 operates as a pop-up installation encountered in many venues, most commonly in 3 Portlands. Performance locations have included abandoned hotels, apartment buildings, hospitals, schools, and assorted bungalows. SCP-8478 instances will be hosted at a given venue for approximately 2 weeks before abruptly disappearing overnight. I'm a bit weird. I hate bread and rice, but if you give me a sandwich or rice noodles, I will eat it and be happy. Kind of how people can't eat a raw tomato, but if it's sauce or ketchup, they are happy. I can eat raw tomato. I come from a culture where raw tomato and feta cheese is a delicacy that I very much enjoy. For some reason. Theoretically, on paper, I should absolutely hate raw tomatoes because I have, no need for food, but if I did, it would be avoided restrictive intake disorder, food disorder. And that would basically mean that I have a gag reflex whenever things that I don't particularly like come across me. Or at the very least, that's something that has gone away with time. I used to be a lot worse than I am now in that regard. But the point is, the tomatoes outside is a paper shell, and then it has a hard inner shell above the under the skin, and then inside it's all goopy and seedy and weird, and theoretically that should make me gack whenever I even see the damn thing, but they're just delicious to me for some reason. If you wish to avoid cognitohazards, use incognito mode. Look at all that red in Bowen, it's a tomato. Yes, all of the red swirling in my now established lava lamp, it's actually tomato. Bowen's made out of ketchup? No. Allegedly. Who knows? For censorship's sake, let's say it's ketchup. A ketchup lava lamp made out of tomatoes. That's not a bone face, it's feta cheese. If your feta cheese is this coloration, seek help. Or dispose of it. Feta cheese needs to be a beautiful, pure white. This is yellowish bone color. If feta cheese is this color, it is not good feta cheese. In my subjective opinion. You're saying that reminds me of the Necrons, how certain Necron lords have such strong dementia or a virus got them that they feel the need to eat despite being soulless automatons. Yes! That is essentially how I am as well, because technically speaking, I am a skeleton without any organs or the need to... I'm basically perpetually being powered by unknown magic and mechanisms that I myself do not currently perfectly understand. But I have the simulation and all the sensations of a regular human being. So when I say nose, ears, eating, tongue, all of that stuff, I don't have any of those things, but I feel them as if I do. It is such a powerful illusion that... if you've played the hit game Soma, it expounds upon that further. It's all there just to keep the brain stable. And even though I don't have a brain, as long as I don't think about not having a brain, I will stay sane. Don't think about the fact that it should be impossible for me to think in the first place, because again, magic. That's the fun part, is ironically, even though I'm agnostic, I'm basically being held up by the faith that I'm fine and that I am existing. So theoretically, I could be immortal, but I don't know whenever whatever happens, I might just poof and stop existing altogether. I have no stomach yet, I must eat, yes. That is basically me. So, I speak as if I have all the organs like you humans do, but I don't, but it feels like I do. Man syndrome. I am fine, I don't need a doctor. Basically, yes, except taken to its incredible extreme, where I'm being held up by mysterious means, but it feels like I'm fine. Like I feel all the things that you do. I'm scratching eyebrows right now, but I don't have any. Or eyes. How am I seeing? I see, again, that's exactly what I need to avoid. I don't need to question how I'm seeing. All I need to know is that I can see and that it's fine. It's fine. Description. Already read this. SCP-84 operates... Individuals who travel to SCP-8478 venue are able to purchase a ticket to a given entry time to SCP-8478. SCP-8478 tickets are available at a range of prices based on various socioeconomic factors, ranging from free to 500 USD per ticket. Huh. Socioeconomic factors, everybody. After an individual purchases their ticket, they are told to return to the venue at the time of their show. Returning to the venue at the reserved time allows an individual to enter the building. Individuals who have not purchased the ticket will be physically incapable of entering. When an attendee enters the building, hereto referred to as a guest, man with physical injury, 'tis but a scratch, man being sick, I'm dying, help! See, I was recently exposed to a sick person yesterday, but I feel fine. Speaking of, I forget that I'm streaming on damn screen right now. Oh, God, okay, I'll check that later. Anyway. It's amazing how many things you take for granted when you're playing a video game and it's only capturing the video game and you're free to actually use your computer to its fullest extent. But... body inside that armor keeps decomposing. It is fine! So what if organs periodically fall out of me? So what if I have to edit out the flies buzzing around me so it looks good? It's fine. See, the fun part about being a streamer is that you don't have to smell me. You do not want to have the smell of a decomposing carcass implanted in your subconscious. Believe me, you don't. It's not good. I have to train the brain to ignore it. It's a good thing that I'm 5 years old, so I had plenty of time to practice. Wait, another facet to the 2.0 that will be revealed with the 2.0. It's gonna be great. Addendum. I do not have functioning organs, I should stipulate. Anyway. Where was I? The guest will enter the waiting room. This room is accessed regardless of which doorway is used by an individual to gain access to the venue. Gloves. Gloves. Yeah, it's a nice texture, actually. I need to find images of textures to use as stencils for my modeling, because I've discovered a new method of texture painting, which is stencils, which basically makes it so you just attach an image, and then whenever you paint, it paints instances of that image onto the canvas. It's wonderful. It's such a skill crutch. Body inside that I don't require flesh, I require souls! Now, mortal, I will take your soul to fuel my existence, Lich King. Presenting Bowen, a 5-year-old, with the life experience of at least 18 years old. Yes. I have the life experience of 2 people fused together, so... I presume one of them was approximately 60 years old and one of them was approximately 40. So... But they're all jumbled together and I can be very immature at times, so, you know. Your mileage may vary. After all, mysterious magic, so... Maybe it's possible, theoretically, that merging two completely opposed psychologies, physiologies, and whatever descriptor you can have for the polar opposites that were combined in that fight, it messed some things up in the whole cognition department, so... Maybe I'm a bit slow due to the fact that it's basically... There's two wolves inside you. One of them is old, the other one is older. Anyway, gloves. Return to the stage. I guess we'll be drawn towards the table in the center of the room containing... the guests will be drawn towards a table in the center of the room containing a pair of gloves. These gloves are used to distinguish elements of the performance from other guests. All guests are required to wear these gloves at all times during the performance of SCP-8478. If there is a Lich King, there is a chance there is also a Lich Queen, Lich Knight, and even Lich Emperor. You forgot about the Lich Bishop, the Lich Rook, the Lich... oh yeah, I already said the Lich Knight. Lich Emperor that is more powerful than a Lich King. What about a Lich Lord? It's an... Why have I never heard of the term Lich Lord before? It's alliteration. It should be... Dadoy. Like, it should be obvious. A Lich Lord. A Lich Baron? Lich Countess? Lich Noble? That's probably a thing somewhere. Upon putting on the gloves, a number of doors will open around the perimeter of the room. Guests will now be able to walk through any given door. Able to explore the layout, the full layout of the venue. The venue is not topologically consistent with registered floor plans, instead following an internal logic for the duration of SCP-8478. Within the location, there are many different mimetic experiences presented, hereafter referred to as SCP-8478-A instances. These instances instead occupy a specific room within the venue, with a cognito-hazardous trigger concealed somewhere within the room. Rooms are decorated thematically, typically resembling domiciles, hotel rooms, cellars, or more exotic locations, as based on the contents of the SCP-8478-A instance. Guests are invited to enter rooms searching for SCP-8478-A instances. Viewing an instance will cause a guest to enter a temporary catatonic coma, during which they experience hallucinations that serve as the primary performances within SCP-8478. Lich Leper, Bone Dude, but their limbs keep popping off. Ha! 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 It sounds like that guy could use a bit of osteomancy to keep himself together. Ha! To date. Did I read that? Oh, no I didn't. Yeah, technically a lich, but a lich mercenary perhaps, since you have dual revolvers and ride on a flame motorcycle made of bones and resemble a lich horse. Do I? I don't remember the bone motorcycle. Maybe I took out a loan and didn't realize. But yes, I do have guns as well. One gun. None gun. Two gun. I do have gun. Why do I have gun? Because I live in a society that has both magic and modernism. And I'm liking both in varying degrees. I mean, after all, I've only seen one episode of Legend of Korra, but it literally takes place in a metropolis. So, you know, technology. It advances. Guns. They're fun. Remember to gun responsibly, kids. Do not gun irresponsibly. People could get hurt. And you might go to jail. Spin! The one who moves first loses. Oh, you absolute card, you. You had me set up from the start. Bada bing, bada boom. Right. Where were we? Typically, SCP-8478 will consist of 20 to 30 distinct SCP-8478-A instances scattered throughout 40 to 60 rooms. Guests will have access to SCP-8478 for the duration of 3 hours, at the conclusion of which they will be compelled to walk through the nearest doorway, resulting in the guest reappearing outside of the building. To date, SCP-8478 has not resulted in any permanent injuries, disappearances, or casualties. Aw, it's a benevolent SCP. How delightful. Addendum 1, SCP-8478-A instances. SCP-8478-A instances are cognitohazards and their associated mimetic hallucinatory effects used throughout SCP-8478. A consistent list of SCP-8478-A instances found within a given SCP-8478 venue cannot be created, as the included instances change arbitrarily. Notable and commonly recurring SCP-8478-A instances are listed below. Okay, let's play another game. The one whose Bowenthius wins. Hey, that's me! I'm Bowenthius! You can tell based on the fact that it says my name in certain places. Wake up, Chosen One, we got a castle to burn. Cyberpunk magic. We do loves our clashing of themes now, don't we? I just had a bout of inspiration happen to me again with regards to the 2.0 model, because I have a couple of problems that I want to fix with it. And I just realized it's something. I got an idea. Good. I got an idea. I don't know why I keep not turning around when I'm speaking to you. What's a habit? Suppose. Yes. Anyway. A consistent list of SCP-8478-A instances found within a given SCP-8478 venue cannot be created, as the included instances change arbitrarily. Notable and commonly recurring SCP-8478-A instances are listed below. Hello, Lector, welcome in. I'm doing SCP readery, as you can see. It's fun. Memetics.
Hello there.
Hello. Welcome in. I'm glad that the new people are getting the hang of using the commands. It's fun to see people utilize things. You can add a shotgun on your back to your 2.0 out. See, funnily enough, that is actually something that I was struggling with regards to... My back is pretty barren right now, and I was thinking of ways to fill... Because my... Actually, I can talk about this, because this is a thing that you're already seeing. Oh wait, no, hold on. I need to change the lighting here. Hold on. Lights set direction from camera. There you go. Bit of a twofer. Hold on. There we go. All right. So my back is pretty nice on the 1.0. Ooh, darkness. But I don't have anything on the 2.0 for reasons that I cannot explain, but having something on the back like a shotgun sounds like a fun time. It is quite dark. It's very dark. So yes, I need to figure out what to do with my 2.0 back, because as of yet I have yet to determine what to do with it. But I'm very glad that there's going to be a 2.0, because as you can see that there is a clipping issue here and there that I wish to resolve. Seems like I do have a dark side. Very much so. Right. But it's put me back where I belong. Right, anyway. Back to reading. So yes, back problems. I'll need to resolve them visually, but then again, the back is not a very often seen thing, so... We shall see what I will come up with... I can tell you this already, that the 2.0 model is going to be vastly different clothing-wise to the 1.0. So, look forward to that. Anyway. Where was I? Oh yes, I was here. Instance, SCP-8478-A-2, the sudden chill. Cognito hazardous trigger, underneath of an icy lake drawn by a child. I want to be underneath an icy lake drawn by a child. In fact, I'm gonna invoke that right now by turning on the air conditioning. I'll be right back. Feel free to play a bit of, whatchamacallit. Words on stream.
Oops, wrong screen. I pressed the wrong button.
For some reason, now I'm over here. Right, when I shouldn't be. The desktop capture has decided to be a silly billy today. Definitely a silly billy. There we go. It is unsillied itself. Ah, I see why. That was a hard one. That was a really hard, yeah. But yeah, you did. You managed to guess cinnamon when nobody else could, because that is not usually a word that I considered a word that exists. It's not something that's frequently a part of my vocabulary, so good on you for actually guessing that one. That was a really tricky one, but hey, for the first time we actually have a short break ever since I instated the rule where the break lasts until we lose. Let us continue. Also, welcome back, everybody. That was a very short break. It was a good try. It was a good try. Causes the viewer to experience the alleged last moments of a 7-year-old girl named Grace. Oh. As identified based on her name and age being included in each instance of the drawing, Foundation searchers have turned up no evidence of a death matching this. The viewer will begin to hallucinate a dark void before beginning to experience the sensation of drowning in a lake during winter. I don't even remember what cinnamon means, just my mind gave it to me. Your mind is very handy, but handing you things that way. That's nice. I wish my mind would hand things over to me when I needed them. Sensation of drowning in a lake during winter. After having fallen through the ice, the viewer will feel the chill, pain, and sensation of their lungs filling with water until they are rendered unconscious, at which point they awaken. Oh, I see what this SCP is. It basically simulates horrible things, but it doesn't actually kill you. Huh. Showtime. That's fucked up, though. That is messed up. -5. The Listener, a crooked keyhole. SCP-5 causes the viewer to take the place of a child listening to a fight between their parents. The viewer is unable to move or intervene and must hear the escalating conflict between the parents, resulting in a physical altercation. If only it was a psychological altercation, we'd be better off. But anyway. Yeah. Gonna reset this again. Anyway. The parents are seen by the viewer through a keyhole and are often obscure due to the limited visuals. Never punch people, dude. Unless it's for self-defense. If it's for other offense, don't do it. Think about it. Just because you have the power to punch doesn't mean you should. I have a power of gun. I don't aim it at people. Remember, Keter doesn't mean the danger level, only how hard it is to contain. That's a fun... Oh, yeah. Yeah, Keter means that it's impossible to contain because it keeps teleporting in and out of locations, and it's basically impossible to contain because if you just put it in a cell, it's just gonna teleport out of there and show up in a different instance. And it's constantly switching venues in abandoned buildings of different makes and shapes. So yes, this is basically just like with the universe that I seem to have closed. SCP-7775 was also a Keter. There we are. This is the wrong one, isn't it? Yes. Sudden chill. The Listener. And are often obscured due to limited visuals. Roughing It. It is A-6. A bloody patch of carpet. A-6 causes the viewers to experience multiple types of rug burns. A-6 has consisted of between 10 to 30 different sensations, ranging from different carpet types to different rug burn locations. Selfish confinement prisons. A-11. Cognito hazard trigger. Unknown. Oh no. A-11 causes the viewer to hallucinate the experience of an unknown anomalous individual held in a containment cell within the Foundation site. Within a Foundation site. The viewer will undergo a standard containment experience with limited interactions with others and timed feedings. This experience is one of the longest within SCP-8478, with the perceived experience ranging between 4 hours to 2 weeks. In actuality, this experience spans 5 minutes. Both the anomalous individuals and Foundation site are currently unidentified. It is believed that they are the fictional creations of Pseudogenesis Productions. However, due to potential information breaches, continued research into identify the origin of this experience is ongoing. Wow. Wow. Cognito-hazard SCP simulating a Foundation experience. And it's just like that roller coaster we read about, where it feels like you've been on the roller coaster for eons and months, but it's actually been like 2-3 minutes. I like that hook. It's a good hook. Both, right. Addendum 2, Exploration Log. On the 21st of July, I do numbers. 2016, researcher Megan Elkin entered the 8 p.m. performance of 8478, equipped with digital video and audio recording equipment. Ah, just like experiencing the back rooms, eh? This test was authorized to record an instance and to document the researcher's reactions. Due to anomalous interference, the recording was partially corrupted. Relevant and coherent excerpts are below. So a button, if you press it, it makes the world explode, but you can't just put it in a room and not press it, so it's just safe class. But a normal cat that can teleport to change place with another is presumably Keter, yes. Cat is Keter because it keeps teleporting, yes. We have established the concept of the containment classes. Like, for example, yeah, well, that's a really good example that you said. If it's a button that can destroy the world, you just keep it on a shelf and away from people. Like the bowl with the candies that we read about, SCP-330. Oh, I just realized what's happening to me right now. The listener, roughing it, yada yada. Right, let's see what we've got here. SCP-8478 Exploration Video Log Transcript. Location, 3 Portlands, Parkwood Glen Apartments, abandoned circa 1993. Date, 07-2016, 21st of July. Begin log. Why is it still using... Oh, I think I edited the wrong document. Well, I guess we're fixing this. No, we're not. We will fix this next time. Yeah, that's my only explanation. It's reaching into the wrong document. Or maybe that's just your old date. I don't know. It's weird. It shouldn't be doing that. It shouldn't be doing that. Anyway. The recording is captured from a video recording hardware embedded in Dr. Elkane's glasses. An empty apartment lobby is shown. I now have a spine. Now you can't call me spineless ever again. Ever again! Because it would be inaccurate, technically speaking. The decorations are consistent with the age of the building, resembling a luxury apartment in the mid-1940s. Paint and wallpaper peels from the walls, accumulated grime and dirt covering the walls. In the center of the room is a short pedestal recording a pair of red elbow-length gloves. The perimeter of the room is lined with 10 doors, each closed. Dr. Elkin begins by walking around the perimeter of the room, attempting each door handle. Each door is locked. This is Dr. Elkin. This is Dr. Elkin.
This is Dr. Elkin. I have entered the venue and appeared in the waiting room without issue. The doors are all locked, as expected, and a pedestal in the middle of the room has the gloves for me to put on.
Dr. Elkin looks at their hands.
I believe there is a slight compulsion effect present in this room.
Dr. Elkin pauses, appearing to fight the compulsion.
The anomalous effect appears to cause an individual to want to put on the gloves. I must assume it is a minor cognito hazard designed to make the viewer desire the gloves in some way. To continue exploration, I will put on the gloves.
Dr. Elkin walks to the center of the room and pulls the gloves into her hands. Once the second glove is pulled all the way on, every door in the room swings open in unison. The corresponding clash echoes throughout the room.
Great,
When the footage resumes, Dr. Elkin appears to be outside in a forest. Upon closer inspection, they are in a large indoor chamber with anomalous projections on the ceilings and walls, causing the viewer to believe that there are no boundaries. In the center of the room burns a roaring campfire. Dr. Elkin paused.
Great, I'm...
Static.
Just outside of the SCP-8478-A instance, I was at a summer camp reliving my good old days.
Dr. Elkin pauses, raising their hand to their head.
No, that's not right. I've never been to a summer camp. However, while I was inside the SCP-8478-A instance, I truly believe that I have been a camper for years, and that it was a fun, foundational experience.
Like a foundation in the building blocks of your life? Like as in you wouldn't be the person you are if you didn't go to summer camp, I suppose. Dr. Elkin sits down onto a log, rubbing their temples.
It's a strange feeling. Almost like both sets of memories are true. If I hadn't gone through the Foundation training, I wouldn't know which one was real. Why would they do that? The only reason would be to make you feel like you might have.
Dr. Elkin freezes. After a moment shakes their head while chuckling.
I mean, it's effective. I understand what it means now. Let me try to explain this for the record.
Dr. Elkin clears their throat.
I still haven't gotten used to the sensation of entering SCP-8478-A on SCP-8478-A instance. When you're exposed, you know that it has happened, but it isn't like a traditional cognitohazard. I believe that I was the individual the instance was about.
Now that is what a mimetic hazard is like. Ha! Memes. Dr. Elkin.
I understood the nostalgia and pain of being the only one left. I was inside of that feeling, sure. I read about loneliness and survivor's guilt, but I haven't experienced it personally. This instance made me feel like I had. I didn't have to think about it. I just got it, completely.
Dr. Elkin looks up at the stairs, the projections glimmering above.
I think I'll sit here for a while. While I've been in here, I haven't encountered more than one guest. SCP-8478 is either much larger than we think, or they have some way of separating the guests. I'm not sure which.
The sound returned momentarily before the footage. Dr. Elkin is seen walking down a long apartment corridor, doors on both sides. They do not seem to be trying the handles, instead walking towards a distant Art Deco doorway.
I've been trying to cover as much ground as possible, hoping to find other guests, but I've been unsuccessful. I didn't want to spend too much time doing this, but my watch seems to have stopped as soon as I entered the building. I'm unsure how much time I have left.
His accent, much like his personality, is evolving. Her. There. Her. Her there. Everything is man because I'm man and I'm reading it, therefore it's man. That's how that works. Dr. Elkin continues down the hallway, trying doors at they go. See, now that's a typo. Trying doors as they go. They are all locked.
The experience has been, well, frankly, it's been incredible. I know we had to shut this down, but I think we should talk to them. Try and come to some agreement that allows sense to continue to run.
Dr. Elkin shakes their head, breaking their reverie.
I'm sorry, that was unprofessional of me. It appears that there may be a larger mimetic compulsion causing the infected to express sympathy with GOI-478. GOI-478.
Dr. Elkin pauses, standing still. They do not move for an extended period of time.
What if there is no compulsion?
Just ahead, a hallway splits off to the right. Dr. Elkin notices it and starts walking towards it, turning into it. I'm assuming they turn into the hallway and not turning into the hallway. The hallway she enters appears quite long. However, after only a few steps, she is now at the end of the hallway. The wall inches away. Dr. Elkin turns around, staring back at the hallway. It's as long as it appeared initially.
I believe that was the result of ontokinetic anomalous spatial compression. They must use that throughout to make everything fit. They build these rooms and recreate everything each and every single time they change venues. They must have some powerful reality benders working on this.
Dr. Elkin turns back to the end of the hallway, now facing a different hallway. The hallway here is a different style entirely, appearing similar to that of a grand hotel with Baroque-inspired architecture. In the middle of the hallway is a visual distortion swirling colors. I want to see what Baroque architecture is.
Oh my. This is what Baroque-inspired architecture is. Neat. Very... Very magical. Right. Dr. Elkin turns back to the end of the hallway. Yada yada yada. Oh. Turns back, now facing a different hallway. The hallway is similar to a grand Baroque spire. In the middle of the hallway is a visual distortion, swirling colors. Fascinating. What it? Dr. Elkin begins approaching the distortion, but is hesitant. They hear a noise behind them and turn. There is nothing. Dr. Elkin turns back to the distortion, but has instead been replaced with a male mannequin approximately 2 feet away from her. Oh. Fuck! I've seen a lot of stuff like that. The architecture. It is very famous. Dr. Elkin grabs at her chest, inhaling sharply. It's okay. There's nothing going on here, just part of the show. Dr. Elkin straightens their back, resuming their analytic commentary. There appears to be a post-war era department store mannequin standing in the center of the hallway. There is the first instance I have seen within SCP-8478, so I don't know what to expect. Dr. Elkin stares at the mannequin. The mannequin is dressed in baggy clothes, posed mid-stride, and is unmoving. As far as I can tell, the mannequin is in it. The mannequin moves, tilting its head and appearing to stare at Dr. Elkin. Oh, okay. The mannequin is capable of independent movement. Unknown entity. Hey, do you mind moving over and not being weird? I'm trying to work here. The source of this voice is unknown and appears to originate from the mannequin, but at no point does it move any facial features. The mannequin is now talking to... Oh, shit. It's not that weird. Can you just get over it? Some people are robots or monsters. I'm mannequins, alright? Right, sorry. Footage resumes, showing Dr. Elkin running through corridors resembling a sub-basement. I need to get out of here. There has to be a doorway somewhere, right? Dr. Elkin pauses. They come to a larger chamber. The walls are lined with doors, each marked with a different symbol. Okay, I just need to... She pauses, bending over and breathing hard. Wait, why am I running? Dr. Elkin looks around, trying to find something. Was that the only SCP-8478-A instance? I swear I had woken up, but... Did I? She pinches herself and yells in reaction. Ouch! That was a nice mannequin, yes. I felt pain in the SCP-8478-A instances, though, so I guess this tells me nothing. Maybe I should... Static. Footage resumes as Dr. Elkin walks out of a doorway, entering an alleyway beside the venue. They turn around, where they can see a glimpse of a female figure before the door begins to close. Thanks for coming, Doctor. Now tell all of your buddies at the Foundation to stay the fuck away, alright? Oh, wow. Huh. Upon recovery of Dr. Elkin post-exiting SCP-8478, a psychological panel was performed to assess their mental state. The results were consistent with individuals who had undergone immense exposure therapy, exhibiting behaviors consistent with patients who had completed EMDR treatments. Ooh. Based on interviews done after the fact, Dr. Elkin was not in danger at any point during SCP-8478. Their fear in the basement was simply a panic attack resulting from SCP-8478- from an SCP-8478-A instance. They didn't kill her, yes, it's true. Dr. Elkin conveyed that they were trapped within a shopping container traveling across the ocean, and temporarily developed claustrophobia following exposure. Following the exploration log, additional research was done into identifying the unknown individuals seen within SCP-8478. The addendum below contains the Foundation's current information on the group responsible for SCP-8478. Ah, here we go. Now we have Pseudogenesis Productions. Addendum 3, Pseudogenesis Productions. Pseudogenesis Productions, GOI 478, is an anomalous theater group responsible for the creation and performances of SCP-8478. Founded by Stephanie Pseudo in 2006, Pseudogenesis Productions focuses on creating what they call authentically immersive theater, typically utilizing a combination of ontokinetics and memetics to create detailed and extreme performances. Below is an excerpt from a playbill recovered from SCP-8478, listing the key creative members of Pseudogenesis Productions. Meet the crew! It's the crew of Pseudogenesis. Stephanie Pseudo, creative director. Person of interest. Oh yeah, person of interest. Stephanie is the founder of Pseudogenesis Productions and the creator of Sense. She hopes that Sense will show you that nothing is permanent and everything can change. It can! I like their hairstyle. Shouldn't go behind the stages. I'm working here. Solomon Bear, lead lighting technician. Solomon is a graduate from Deer College's Art Theater program, specializing in the manipulation of light and color. He wants to thank his parents for exposing him to the anomalous from a young age, and all of the other crew for the work they do. Ooh. Can I... Oh, I can't... Oh. Solomon Bear is scary. And blurry if I zoom in enough. What about this one? Oh. A nice individual. Good lighting. Wait, I just realized I've been reading these wrong. This is Solomon Bear. This is Duplo. And this is Stephanie Pseudo. Huh. Giving a thumbs up, I see. Cool. So this is Duplo. So this is the... Oh, I get it. This is the lighting technician, so of course the lighting on their mugshot is good. So, what is this one? Duplo, ontokinetic production designer. Duplo is a college dropout who joined Pseudogenesis Productions so that they could create an art that didn't kill the viewer. If you see them around Sense, be sure to say hi. Don't just get in their way. They're probably on their way to fix something. Oh... You can tell that that's a pointer finger from the blur. Your perception is well beyond my own, but to be fair, I don't have eyes. But yeah, I see what you're talking about. That does look up like a pointer finger. Right. Duplo is a college dropout. Probably on their way to fix something. So what is this one? Vivian Chen. Nice flowers. Mimetics and Cognito Hazard Designer. Vivian is the master of mimetics, and is responsible for the Cognito Hazard's presence throughout Sense. She believes that mimetics allow for untold levels of shared understanding within theater. Vivian would like to specifically not thank the Foundation, as they are a bunch of idiots playing doctor, including her mother. Oh, she's a rebel! She's a rebel. This is what happens when you don't raise the next generation right. They rebel. That's why they didn't die. Yes, because it's not about murdering people for them, it's about using cognito hazards as a form of artistic expression, which honestly I can get behind. It might be traumatizing, but, you know, art. I've never gone to one of these, and I probably won't. Much similar in how I won't go to a horror house. Or a... I don't even know what it's called, but basically there's certain quote-unquote entertainment venues that essentially have you sign 50 million waivers so they can do spooky things and basically torture you in a specific house. I don't remember what it was called, but haunted houses, those things. Haunted houses as we know them are normal attractions, but people have been known to do extremes. Illegal extremes. Those are the ones I'm referring to. Not all haunted houses are built the same. But still, I am wary of them. Anyway. Addendum 4. I see their point and the person got basically therapy. Yes. Some of them. Some of them get therapy, others develop claustrophobia. Addendum 4. Incident 8478-478. Following the identification of both POI 478-3 and POI 478-4, so this one and this one. No. Yes. So, identifying Duplo and Vivienne Chen. With Dr. Elkin's exploration footage, a strike team was formed to raid SCP-8478 on SCP-478 8478 location. I can do numbers. To capture as many members of GOI-478 as possible. On the 22nd of April 2017, the strike team managed to locate the next venue of SCP-8478 while it was still in pre-production. A raid that day captured 4 individuals claiming to be POIs 478-1 through 478-4. They're probably just cognito hazards in disguise. Upon transport to an interim holding site, each member was interviewed. The most relevant interview is included below. This is the mother in question. The supervising researcher was Erin Chen, presumed daughter of Vivienne Chen. Right, let's see what happened here. Containment intake interview, done on the 22nd of April, 2017. Researcher, Dr. Megan Elkin. Oh, yes. Oh, is she... I guess she's sane enough to perform these. I don't know, I'm wary of anybody who gets prolonged exposure to any anomalous things, regardless of how safe and benevolent they may be. That stuff messes with you, man. Once you puff, you never go back. I just made that up. I don't know if it's actually true. Don't take my word for it. Anyway. Begin log, Dr. Elkine. Oh, yeah. Hello, POI 478-4. Have you been told why you are here? Yeah. I'm here because you guys love wasting resources. POI 478-4, are you aware of who you are? Yeah. You're the idiots who lock people like me up for shits and giggles without thinking about who we are. Oh, are you aware of who we are? You don't want to read SCP-181 and SCP-343. 343 Industries scare me. Anyway. I guess not. I wonder what SCP-426 is. Anyway. The Foundation exists to protect the world from what? Theater kids? Are you guys kidding me? I remember that you used to actually try and prioritize actually dangerous anomalies. Why do you care about a fucking play? Since you know so much about the Federation, POI 478-4, then this won't come as a surprise. If you don't start to cooperate, I will be forced to terminate you. We have your 3 compatriots, so you're expendable. I'm expendable? That's so funny. What's so amusing, POI 478-4? You think that you captured 4 of us, right? Sorry to break it to you, Doc, but the others have nothing to tell you. Elkin pauses, listening to a concealed communication device. What? They're useless. How did they... I'm sorry, did you say it's just the mannequin? I saw it move. What? Dr. Elkin pauses, listening. After a second, they nod at a mirrored window and turn back to face POI 478-4. Right. Tell us how POI 478-3 turned into a hunk of plastic while the other 2 are now acting like they have no idea what's going on. -4. Oh, now I'm interesting, huh? POI, do not make me... Alright, fine. It's mimetics. What are you talking about, POI 478-4? What do you mean by mimetics? You know, like the pretend science of fucking with brains with pictures. I know what mimetics are. I was asking you what you have to do with mimetics. Didn't you read the playbill? I make cognito hazards. Basically, I come up with an... So she's basically the mastermind of this whole operation, it would appear. I come up with an idea and then I make the fucking cognito hazard. Did that clear the things up? How do you just generate cognito hazards? Are you some sort of wizard? POI 478-4 leans back into their chair and places their feet onto the table. Dr. Elkine looks at a mirrored window before continuing the interview. Right, if you answer one question directly, I'll end this interview and you can go back to being alone. For real? You'll leave? Yes. Fine. One question. 2 of the captured individuals are now claiming that they are members of Pseudo-Genesis Productions, despite identifying themselves as key members upon capture. What did you do to them? I can't believe you actually thought that we'd all be in one place at the same time. Seriously? Do you think that we're that stupid? Oh, I think they're doing a me, and they've installed a mod that allows them to transfer their consciousness onto other bodies. I think. They're lucky they didn't mean the Gawk. You mean they didn't meet the Gawk? If they met the Gawk, they'd already be dead, most likely. This is basically a spunky, angsty teenager that doesn't know the consequence of their own action, because clearly she's never watched Spider-Man before. With great power comes great responsibility, kids. Dr. Elkin does not respond. POI 478-4 reacts with annoyance, continuing to speak. You want to know how I did it? It's a mental overlay, a complete copy of the other members of the team. I make a cognito hazard, placing a mental overlay on our hired workers, letting the overlay take control when they are within the theater space. Was that simple enough for you to understand? Yeah, okay, so they're basically bound to the theater, and they're only alive, essentially, when they are inside the grounds of the theater, or within the perimeter of the theater. So, outside of that, they turn into schmucks and civilians. I knew that you meant meat instead of mean. I'm glad that I picked up on that. I'm smart. Anyway. Yeah, I understand that you're brainwashing people. Oh, wow. I almost forgot that it was like I almost forgot what it was like to talking to people like you. Moving on, what about POI 478-3? The mannequin is inert now and has no signs of... Oh, that's weird. What is? Howdy, I'm back, took a shower, and then break time happened. What did I miss? We are reading about the Cognito Hazard Pseudo-Genesis Productions Theater. They apparently got captured, and we've gotten to the interview. Turns out that they basically use Cognito Hazards like art pieces, which is fun. Welcome back, Park, by the way. What is POI 478-4? Well, that's more questions, and you said you would only ask one. Maybe you're not the smartest researchers here. Maybe you're not the smartest researcher here. Excuse me? Dr. Elkin is seen pausing, listening to a concealed communication device. After a few seconds, Dr. Elkin turns to face. POI 478-4. That will be all for now. POI 478-4. Supervising researcher Chen will be here later to continue the interrogation. What did you just say? Dr. Elkin does not respond to POI 478-4, gathering their papers and standing. POI 478-4 attempts to stand up, but is pulled back by its restraints. Oh, heck! Hello, Mal. That's a cool icon. Gears of War Superfan badge. Seen that for the first time just now. Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. It's me, reading things. Isn't that fun? Who the fuck told my mother about this? Hey, I'm talking to you. Dr. Elkin exits the room. POI 478 stops shouting. They look around the room, identifying the security cameras. I know you're watching this, Mom. Stay away from me. It really is the story of an angsty teenager using Cognito hazards for art. You can't stop the art! It's an expression of self. Following the intake interview, cameras and sensors failed within POI 478-4's temporary containment cell. This fact was not recognized until hours later, at which point they were found to be missing. Ah, they escapade. Investigation into the lapse in security revealed the POI 478-4 had smuggled a vial of ontokinetically infused ink in a non-topological pocket somewhere within their clothing. Always have a backup plan, fellas. POI 478-4 used said ink to draw cognito hazards. Ah, position 22. I wonder who's position 21. I don't even remember what your previous positioning was, but hey, things keep updating, don't they? Used said ink to draw cognito hazards directly onto their person and inside the chamber. These cognito hazards disabled the sensors and allowed POI 478-4 to bypass security protocols to exit their holding chamber. The interim holding site was not intended for anything more than momentary containment, due to its status as a Foundation front business. As such, POI 478-4 was able to escape unnoticed without force. They were last recorded walking out of the main doors of the temporary site, holding their middle finger out to the camera. As of time of writing, all members of Pseudo-Genesis Productions are at large, and performances of SCP-8478 are ongoing. I know you would! We just got talking about how the Gawk are essentially the SCP Foundation's equivalent of the Space Marines, the Helldivers, the Starship Troopers, and so on and so forth, so... Does not surprise me, Mal. I feel like I have a handle for your personality, so... Makes sense. Makes sense. Beautiful. It's a very long and beautiful article. Not very high ratings though, but hey, I think I liked it. It was a fun. It reminded me of the other one. Yeah, like SCP, but funded by the UN, meaning they're poor. Also, I hate them because they are horrible, despicable, amoral chair murderers. That poor chair just wanted to be useful and wanted to be sat on. They didn't have to throw it through a wood chipper. They're evil. I don't like them. That poor chair. Why did it deserve the fate that it got? It didn't. It didn't! Oh, Christ O'Malley. Alright, last article and then we're calling it a day. Oh, yeah. Before I do that, though, this one. Attempting access while being a member of the Overseers Council is grounds for indefinite suspensions from the Council of all included benefits, including death. Due to SCP-005-J's effects, no medical assistance shall be given upon the info hazard breach of MTF Alpha 5. Cake Boys! And MTF Alpha 5, Cake Boys will be deployed and authorized to use lethal force. By continuing to access the document, you hereby consent to exposure to an unknown level 5 cognito hazardous image, and verify that you are not a current member of the O5 Council. I am a current member of the O5 Council! Yes, it's true, I am in the O5 Council, so should I really read this? Under no circumstances should ever O5 Command see this file. Ha! 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 Now I'm scared, I don't want to lose my job. I just got my job, I don't want to lose it. I know the goal of the Overseers is to oversee everything within the Foundation, but sometimes even we are better left in the dark. Trust me, this is something you should avert your eyes from. Really. The Administrator. Oh god, they know how to hook me in, don't they? It's a Keter class, oh boy. Can cause XK class end of the world scenario. Upon O5 Command gaining knowledge of it, no sitting members of the Overseer Council are permitted to view any documents or affiliated files regarding the true nature of 005-J. Personnel that are promoted to a position at the Overseer Council must visit Site Command for administration of Class A amnestics before starting active duty at the Council. Personnel involved with the containment of SCP-005-J are to use backup systems and backdoors into SkipNet. To share information, automated systems within RASA are in place to remove these files from command terminals and terminate them in the event of an information breach. Under no circumstances should ever O5 Command see this file. Submit non-overseer level credentials. I don't wanna. Alright, remember to take your meds after this. Oh. I will take my meds after this, actually. You raise an excellent point. The Class A amnestics will be taken before and after this instant. Oh boy. Oh boy! Right. What? It's a nice cake. Where no eye reaches. Identity confirmed. Security measures disengaged. Welcome, authorized personnel. Let's get the party started. Welcome to the party. If you are still wondering what the anomaly is, let me break the ice and reveal there's no such thing as SCP-005-J. Although a mild memetic hazard has been included in this file, this memetic hazard will only affect members of the O5 Council. Ah. Well, it's a... After what we pulled last year, I think our lines with Dr. Wondertainment will be monitored, so this time we'll be on our own to create a big party. Also, the administrator informed me we are no longer allowed to use any Keter-class SCPs to bring excitement to the party. Yes, this includes the piñata, sadly. We do not need the Ethics Committee's approval. However. Put down your suggestions in this document and let's make this a birthday to remember. Maria Jones, head of the party committee! Hell yeah. Alright, time to get the amnestics out. Why am I saying what? Why am I saying this? Right, get the amnestics out, everybody. Right. That was fun. Okay, last article for the day. It is a doozy. Let's get started. SCP-8011-A Burrow. All subjects pictured are deceased. Cool. So it is containable, but it is spicy. This is the spicy designation. Very lethal. Special containment procedure for SCP-8011. Containable, but very hard. Yep. Euclid, baby. Not a Keter, but a Euclid, baby. All SCP-8011-A instances, another more evil faction that is more chaotic than the Chaos Insurgency, is Wondertainment Industries. At first they seem harmless, but they are basically the master of chaos in the name of making toys. I think I've come across Wondertainment Industries before. Aren't they supposed to be the Foundation dummy company for buying up properties like that anomalous, roller coaster that causes you to go into a temporal anomaly? Well, it doesn't go into it. It makes you feel like you're going into a temporal anomaly. My point is that I've heard of Wondertainment Industries before, I just don't remember from where. Outside, of course, of what we just read with the SCP that shall not be named. Anyway. Gotta take my amnestics after today. Right. Special containment procedures. All SCP-8011-A instances are to be captured and taken to the nearest Foundation site as soon as possible. Due to the dangers of SCP-8011-A instances attacking or retaliating against Foundation operatives during the process of capture, provisions such as bite-proof gloves, helmets, neck guards, and body armor must be made for the protection of the operatives. Ooh. What is this, zombies? Oh god, not again! On SCP-8011-A as SCP-8011-A instances are formally deceased, no provisions have to be made for their sustenance and comfort while in containment. Oh god, this is a zombie virus. Dr. Wondertainment is the head of Wondertainment Industries. He is a person who is creating anomalies. Ah, of course he is. I'm sure that him and Vivienne Chen would get along swimmingly, famously even. Right. Care must always be taken in order to prevent total destruction of specimens during capture or containment. Aside from this, however, all damage to instances is acceptable. I just realized, is there a way for me to glass my world in RimWorld? I hope there is, because I see nothing better. Description. SCP-8011 describes a worldwide phenomenon where individuals who died on or after November 23rd, 2019 are resurrected. You hearing this, folks? If you're alive right now, don't die. It's been 6 years since that event, don't die. Or you might get resurrected. Wait until he hears about Anderson Robotics. I did hear about Anderson Robotics, in name alone, from Park today. No, Wondertainment sometimes deals with the Foundation in exchange for containing anomalies made by Wondertainment. Basically, they have made many anomalies just to be abandoned. Ah, like a craftsman abandoning his earlier works. Sad. Anyway, where was I? All instances...
All instances of SCP-8011 resurrection events have been shown to transpire exactly 368 days after death. Huh. For example, the first SCP-8011 resurrection event, which affected corpses who had expired on November 23rd, 2019, was estimated to have occurred on November 25th, 2020. Use the Glitter World Destroyers mod. You will get something like that. Cool! Thank you for the suggestion. I will check that out. You also reminded me that I also need to check out that Twitch mod that makes it so that you guys could interact with my game a bit more. Individuals resurrected in such events are designated as SCP-8011-A instances. Upon resurrection, 11-A instances, un-SCP-8011-A instance displays the following traits. Advanced or active decay typically expected of a corpse. After resurrection, continued decay in SCP-8011-A's instances is observed to be markedly delayed. Vocalizations that include low growling, pain moaning, or loud screaming. Hyper-aggressive behavior towards one specific targeted person at a time, usually resulting in the death of the targeted person. The tendency to consume only one part of their victim's body, typically the face or hands. Ooh. In some cases... Oh, come on. In some cases, SCP-8011-A instances have known to target a victim's mouth, cheek, neck, legs, feet, or genitalia. Oh, God. That's the worst part about zombies. They are not afraid to bite your balls off. Anderson Robotics are also hella evil, but they seem harmless because they are an anomaly company like Wondertainment, but they make high-tech robots made from anomalies, basically eldritch tech. Ah, so void people. Neat. Glitter World Destroyer 5 mechanoid add-on, to be exact. Ah, thank you for the specific suggestion. I actually will write that down. I wrote mechanoi dadon. That's okay. What is this? I'm curious now. Oh, these guys. I saw them on the front page a while ago. Oh. Cool. I will look into it later. Right. Let me eat your cheeks. Oh, boy. Right. An animalistic intelligence facilitating tool use. 8011-A instances have been observed to use blunt objects and knives while killing a victim. In a few cases, SCP-8011-A instances have been observed to force entry into residents and buildings through brute force or use of keys. Oh god, they can use... Oh god, this is the same kind of zombies in the beginning of The Walking Dead that used a rock to break a window. And hunting strategies. An imperviousness to physical damage. The fun part about zombies is they're very fleshy and it's fun to watch the bullets go in and out of them. Why are you taking this away from me, SCP-8011? The Sarkists are even more twisted and responsible for some of the most evil and gruesome anomalies the Foundation has had to contain or terminate or can't contain and are in panic mode. Ah. They can use tools! They're horrifying. But that makes me wonder. I wonder if the Sarkists are responsible for things such as the... Not the King in Yellow, but the... Is it the Crimson King? The King in Red? The Red Boy. Well, one of the oldest SCPs. Or is he just older than time itself? I forget. Sarkist is basically cultists who praise the goddess of flesh. Ah, I was kind of close. Neat. Impervious isn't to physical damage, such as firearms, bladed weapons, or blunt weapons. To date, only use of emulation through fire can totally destroy SCP-8011. Okay, so kill it with fire. I see. Methods involved in damaging an instance's brain have been ineffective at neutralizing it. Decapitation has only been successful at negating an instance's capabilities, with the head still continuing to operate in the absence of the body. Oh boy. He's just an old god. Fair enough. He's just an old god. You know. To be fair, the SCP Foundation does have a lot of those. The Sarkists are responsible for the flesh... Oh, that thing! I remember that thing. Ugh. They do suck. Ooh. A tendency to lower the Hume count. The measure of reality in a given area. What? Of any particular area by a negligible amount, once in a lucid state following successful consumption. Individually, SCP-8011-A instances have shown to pose no notable reality-bending properties. The reason for this property has not yet been definitively proven. The Scarlet King, that's what his name was. The Red God is the Scarlet King, which are also a different faction and are also evil, and their goal is to release the Scarlet King and end all life. Yeah, that. Those guys. Okay, so the Sarkist and the Scarlet King are two different factions. Good to know. Still evil, but... The reason why I ask is because Sarkit reminded... is it Sark? Yeah. The Sarkist reminded me of the word Scarlet. And that was the word that was on the tip of my tongue. The Scarlet King, that guy. He's a big meanie pants, isn't he? Oh yeah, I just remembered what he did. He's a really big meanie pants. In fact, we shall speak of him no longer. We shall speak of him no further. These traits have been observed to continue until SCP-8011-A instance has consumed a select part of their victim's body. Upon consumption, SCP-8011-A instance abruptly ceases attacking and flees the scene, typically to a hiding place, heretofore referred to as a burrow. See Addendum 8011.2.2. At this point, SCP-8011-A instance has shown to be capable of articulate speech, with some being capable of entering lucid states under select circumstances. After an extended time, typically 5 days to 2 weeks, SCP-8011-A returns to its aggressive stance and pursues a different victim, continuing the cycle. Oh, I see. Fascinating. 80, addendum. Is this all addendums? Oh god. Addendum, point 1. Based on exploration from later events, the first resurrection event occurred on November 25th, 2020. The first cases of murders, reasonably thought to have been due to attacks by SCP-8011-A instances, however, occurred as late as October 31st, 2020. Wow. Almost a week. Another faction that I forgot their name is basically, what if Adeptus Mechanicus were not evil but want to turn all humans into automatons to save humanity? I mean, the weakness of the flesh is very pronounced, so understandable. Have an automatic day. This has been thought to have been due to the time that SCP-8011-A instances were spent emerging from their burial places, with instances that had been shallowly buried or have been buried with coffins made out of fragile material such as wood emerging first. Likewise, any case of early killings by SCP-8011-A instances in developing countries could have been underreported, further adding uncertainty to the possible first case of an SCP-8011-A attack. Ooh-wee. Zombies. Reminds me of a song. Ugh. Below is a list of selected cases of the first SCP-8011-A attacks, along with relevant details about the persons involved. This happened in Tokyo, Japan, on November 30th, 2020. Former name of SCP-8011-A instance, unidentified, presumed to have died between November 23rd, 2019 and November 28th, 2019. The mechanical cult is also responsible for a virus called the Clockwork Virus. I don't know if you read it, but I won't say what it does to avoid spoilers. Thank you, I appreciate that. Is the Clockwork Virus its own SCP? Because if it is, you can just give me the number and I'll save it as a tab for next time. Index case classified as A-1. Michiko Nida. Description. At 22:21 p.m., at 10:21 p.m., the Japanese emergency police hotline received a request for help from Nida. Oh, name of victim is Michiko Nida. Ah. I think he meant the Church of the Broken God. Ah. What is once broken can be mended with flex tape. I forgot the number of the Clockwork Virus. My apologies. Actually, That's okay. We have methods. We have methods and means. It's 217. There we go. It's 217, right. So, there we go. That's a new tab. 217. 914-1. Can also do that. Oh no, this is I've read this one already. This is the machine that produces things. Hello, John 05. Hello, Davy's unofficial son. How are you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for stopping by. Ah. I'm great. I've had a delightful day today reading articles and chatting with my scions. It's a delightful time all around. Just came in while I got some work. Excellent. Enjoy your stay. Lecker. The autocorrect is not kind to either of you. Yes, Lecter got my back. The mechanical cult is called the Church of the Broken God. They seem to have a bizarre mix of lots of religions from ancient ones like Egypt and Greece to Christianity and Islam. There's a lot of instances in SCP. Is there 914-1? If I do that. That's okay. Anyway, I want to read about zomboids. So, Michiko Nida was assaulted. There was a disheveled man following her as she walked through the streets of the Akasaka district. Upon being asked for details about her pursuer, Nida reported that she did not know who he was and that he was holding a rock. The emergency dispatcher attempted to ask her for further details but was cut short by Nida screaming, followed by sounds of her running. A minute later, Nida is heard dropping her smartphone. 6 seconds later, a man's maniacal laughter is heard. Oh. 4 minutes later, at 10:26 p.m., Japanese police officers arrive at the scenes. After 2 minutes of searching, they find the body of a woman in a remote alley. Early attempts at confirmation of the victim's identity were delayed due to severe... Oh, he bit her face off. Severe facial disfigurement. Most of the flesh has been removed from her facial region. Later autopsy results show what would conclude to be the woman had died due to blood loss secondary to blunt force trauma to her skull, and her previously mentioned facial injuries, which showed signs of injury from human teeth. The church is trying to put their god back together, but the pieces are scattered all over the planet. So they're trying to build the world's biggest bionicle. Over the planet, and some are in possession of the Foundation. That would be a problem. Found it, SCP-217, the Clockwork Virus. You're gonna love this SCP, and it's a popular one as well. Well, thank you for the suggestion. It will be done in the fullness of time. Anyway. Attempts at investigation by Japanese authorities were hampered by the apparent disappearance of the subject from the scene of the crime. Bloody handprints were discovered 20 meters from the scene, leading to a manhole into the sewers. Upon further exploration of the sewers, Japanese authorities had found a half-eaten nose belonging to Nida. However, no sign was found of her killer. When interviewed, people living close to the manhole reported hearing cackling laughter, followed by crying. These noises were said to have been punctuated by chewing and choking noises. Zombies. I can see that my hatred of them is justified. Why would you eat a poor lady's face off? Don't do that. Lady needs her face. She needs that to live. December 1st, 2020. Dasmariñas City, the Philippines. Former name: Anya Santos. Died November 23rd, 2019. Classified as A-2. Name of victim: Guillermo Luis Santos III. Now that's a cool name. At 6:23 a.m. presumably, a call is made from the home of the recently deceased Anya Santos to a house in Manila inhabited by Gina Torres, her mother. Ooh.
Ooh. Due to the fact that Taurus was an elderly person habitually taking sleeping pills, she was not awoken by the phone ringing. From 6:23 to 6:50, 18 more calls were made to the landline of the residence, but to no avail. At 6:52, a message was sent to the account of Gina Torres from her 8-year-old granddaughter, Haruka Santos, the daughter of Anya Santos. This followed... Oh god, she is traumatized for life. If she's alive. This was followed by several more messages which stopped at 7:12. At 9:13, Gina Torres wakes up and checks her phone. The messages sent by Haruka Santos to Gina Torres are included below. These have been translated from Filipino for posterity. 6:52. Grandma, Mommy's back and she keeps crying outside the door and she woke us up by knocking on the door. Ermo is scared. He's hugging me. Grandma, Mommy keeps crying. She says she wants to see me again. Ermo's hiding in his room. Grandma, Mommy found the key. Ah, this is the part where they can use keys. Upon seeing the messages, Gina Torres immediately dressed up and drove to Manila to Dasmarina City, but was delayed by heavy traffic. She was able to arrive at the Santos residence at 11:14. Upon arriving, Gina Torres found Haruka Santos crying in the room of her 6-year-old brother, Ermo, whose real name is... there's the victim. Guillermo Luis Santos III, colloquially referred to as Ermo, whose real name yada yada. Blood was found on Ermo's bed, but neither the child nor SCP-8011-A-2 are found. Gina Torres attempted to ask her what had happened, but Haruka Santos was not able to speak articulately for several days following the incident. Upon arrival at the scene, this is a very upsetting SCP. Dead gods, I sleep. Child was eaten by zombies, I cry. Or at least I am uncomfortable. That's why I love killing zombies. Many fun zombie gays out there. Left 4 Dead, Killing Floor, Dying Light, Dead Rising, House of the Dead, Minecraft. Ah yes, Minecraft, the titular zombie killing game. It does have zombies in it, it is fair. If you have enough mods, it could honestly be turned into a fun zombie game. But yes, I love Left 4 Dead. I have also accidentally modded RimWorld to be a zombie game. Ooh-wee. Upon arriving at the scene, police officers were unable to ascertain where Ermo had gone or who had been the perpetrator for his disappearance. Gee, I wonder. They were able to track a woman in a bloody white dress running from the direction of the Santos residence at 7:14 a.m. on nearby security cameras, but were unable to find her. On December 5th, oh boy, 2020, Haruka's father, Guillermo Santos II, returned home on emergency shore leave. Upon meeting his daughter, Haruka immediately ran to hug her father while crying uncontrollably. In between bouts of crying, Haruka was heard saying, "Mommy wanted to see me again, so Mommy ate Ermo's eyes." The Santos case was reported on the local news and was the topic of online conversation for several days. Following several more cases of similar attacks in other countries, Foundation observer staff were asked to further investigate a possible anomaly behind the cases, with instructions to dispatch Foundation mobile task forces to the scene of a possible attack. As of June 2021, the bodies of both Anya Santos and Ermo have not yet been... Oh, no. Well, it's been 4 years since that point, so hopefully they did find them. Oh boy. Eyeball Scooper, at large, beware. December 6th, 2020. Boston, United States. Arnold Malkovich died on November 23rd, 2019. Classified A14. Oh god. I hate YouTube. What did I say? What did I do get censored? Which one? What did you... See, that's the fun part. I don't know. I don't see it. I had 2 comments got sent... Oh. I really don't want to do this. But... Well, I don't know if... Does YouTube... Actually, hold on. I need to check something. Moderation activity, reactions, community moderation. Is that, if I click that, what happens? Messages in your live chat, moderation none. I'm not sure that's the case, YouTube, but again, I don't want to recommend this, but if you're having censorship trouble on YouTube, I am technically simulcasting, and I don't know how YouTube functions, but on another website, if you do no comments, at the very least it gives me a moderator warning whether or not I should approve or disapprove of those comments, and I can let those comments in through without you having to scratch your brain to have to censor yourself. So, if it's becoming too annoying, I could recommend that, but everybody has their own comfortable platform, and I feel dirty being like, well, if you're having trouble with this platform, try the other platform. If they get censored, the comment gets deleted from existence as if I never wrote it. At first I thought it was a bug, but apparently it's YouTube auto-censorship. Yes, I believe you are correct. And it is unfortunate that it doesn't even tell you, because the other place that I'm streaming from at least gives you notifications and warnings. Hold up, your message is being held up to be approved by moderators and such. So, you feel... I guess this is why Twitch is still the primo streaming service experience. Even post Amazon acquisition, so makes sense. It's amazing how much the competition is lagging behind. Anyway, this is why I play all sides. Anyway, Arnold Malkovich. The victim was Anna Bornholm. Description: at 12:32 in the afternoon, a homeless man in a tattered suit is reported breaking into an office building in Boston. According to security camera footage, the man identified to be deceased Arnold Malkovich, herefore referred to as A-14, or A14. I'm gonna call him A14. A14 is seen walking into the glass doors of the office building while displaying a shambling gait. After a short altercation with security officers, it is able to enter one of the building's elevators and use it to travel to the 15th floor. Oh, so these zombies actually have a specific target, I see. My first censored comment was mentioning those games that said about zombies. I decided to add Minecraft if it's... And it allowed me to comment, like, how kid-friendly do I have to be? Minecraft, Fortnite, kids. I mean, considering the fact that censorship has made it so that unalived is a term that people use unironically, things are bad. The desire to censor people in order to appease the... not so much the shareholders, but the advertisers, is getting out of hand. And hopefully we will reach a new era where there is more balance. But anyway. Breaking into an office building in Boston, according... See, this is why I like being unaffiliated with neither YouTube nor Twitch. I don't play by any rules. I play by my own rules, so I can say fuck as much as I want. Even though I don't want to, because like I mentioned previously in the stream, it feels like a crutch, and I'd rather not rely on it to fill my verbal diarrhea. Instead, I would like to have my verbal diarrhea be filled with my own words, which are unique to me, like salubrious and fathom. I love the word fathom. I love to fathom things. Anyway. So... Malkovich, A14 zombie man, traveled to the 15th floor after beating up the guards, presumably eating them. Or, actually no, if it's not the target, they basically just use enough force to subdue you, but they don't actually kill you, I think. While inside, it is seen shaking with rage, often stumbling while pacing in circles. It is also seen punching the walls of the elevator cab while screaming. As the elevator doors open on the 15th floor, SCP-8011-A14 is seen running at a full sprint outside of the cab, bumping into several people passing by. As it passes several meeting rooms, it is seen looking into the windows of each one. It is definitely looking for somebody specific. Eventually, it comes to a stop outside of the meeting room, 8901, where the department head, Anna Bornholm, is conducting a business meeting with company executives. Seeing Bornholm, A14 immediately jumps through the window of the meeting room, breaking the glass. Upon stumbling to his feet, A14's eyes focus on Bornholm and it immediately attacks her. For several seconds, the subject is seen grabbing Bornholm's hair and banging her head on the nearby plywood wall, creating a small hole. He's basically Dragon Ball Zing her. Or actually, no, this reminds me of Jason Voorhees, actually. For several seconds, the subject, one of the executives in the room immediately attempts to call security. Outside of the room, Catherine Marsh, a friend of Bornholm, calls 911 and prescribes, oh yeah, this happens in Boston, and describes the situation while in a panic. Upon hearing this, observation staff at the nearby Site 18 immediately dispatch a small, Foundation Mobile Task Force to investigate the disturbance. In the 12 minutes between the initial attack and the arrival of Foundation operatives, SCP-81A14 continues to attack Bornholm. 9 minutes after the first attack, A14 finally ceases attacking Bornholm after eating 3 fingers from her right hand. Good God. So I wrote to check artwork in RimWorld community, and that comment got censored and vanished. Oof. Oh yeah, actually, there is a place that I can recommend if you have the program. I do have a Discord, so if you want to talk about things without fear of censorship, you can go there. That is a place that I have. Except for the fact that the commands don't... actually, no, the commands do work. There we go. So, that's a place that I can recommend if... you have things to say, but you were censored and could not say them. Unless you want to go to Twitch. My condolences for the bad viewing experience, but, unfortunately I do not currently have a stake in YouTube. From a investor perspective. I've invested a lot of my time into YouTube, both as a viewer and as a streamer at this point, but, no actual stakes. I don't even know... YouTube is a Google subsidiary, so I don't have any stocks in Google. Anyway. I wouldn't want any if they were handed to me on a... Well, yeah. That's like saying if somebody handed you $1 million, would you turn them away because they were $1 million Google dollars? Well. Anyway. 3 fingers from... Realizing that Bornholm was dead, A14 runs from the scene, biting 2 officers who attempt to restrain it as it escapes. Is it infectious? As it runs down the stairs to the lobby, Foundation operatives disguised as police officers arrive at the scene and attempt to subdue Malkovich through the use of taser guns. When this was proven ineffective, the operatives opted for physical restraint instead. A14 attacks those who come close to it and is only successfully subdued when the operative tackles it and then restrains it to the ground. Wow! That is balls on that man for tackling what is essentially an invincible zombie. Oh, right, sorry, you mentioned this. My apologies, you mentioned this before. So nothing about ads every second until the stream ends. Yeah, my apologies, you mentioned this before, that is literally a thing that you cannot do. I say that, but with computers where there's a will, there's a way, so... But the burden is not on you. It's an inconvenience of the services rather than be very inactive. I mean, my Discord... was well, not a failed experiment, but it's not an active Discord. My point still stands, where if you wanted to say things that were censored on here, you can say them over there, and I will react to them with a thumbs up. But otherwise, I'm also not a very active person either, so... Don't worry. This is a, pot calling the kettle black situation, so... but yeah, I forgot about the fact that you don't have access to Twitch in the first place. My apologies. YouTube be YouTubing. Where were we? Recognizing the A14 instances, recognizing that SCP-1811-A instances always attempt to flee from the scene of the attack, SCP-1811-A-14 is implanted with a tracker and the instruction of, at the instruction of Site-18's director. The subject is then allowed to escape, with Foundation researchers at Site-18 observing the path that it takes to its destination and remotely listening in to the microphone feed. See Addendum Point 2. Following the attack, Anna Bornholm was rushed to the hospital but was pronounced dead on arrival. Her cause of death was repeated blunt force trauma to the head. Gee. I guess that's what happens when you have a shitty boss. You turn into a zombie and eat her fingers and beat her head, cave her head in. Right. Addendum 8011.2. The following addendum describes the observation of subsequent interviews conducted at SCP-8011-A-14 following its tracker implantation on December 6, 2020. Right. December 6, 2020. The instance is seen running north from the city of Boston without stopping. It avoids major roads when needed. In cases where it is impossible to cross an area with major foot traffic, A14 instead opts to wait in hidden places. December 7th. A14 spends most of the early morning continuing to walk north, arriving in the Middlesex Fells Reservation by 5:23. It again takes care to avoid other people before entering an access point into the sewers below the reservation. What the hell is happening? This is taking a twist. The Middlesex Reservation Borough. Upon entering at 7:10 a.m., SCP-80-A14 is heard mumbling to itself and tapping on the nearby pipes. It is heard whistling soon after. It continues to slowly walk through the sewers. 12 minutes later, A14 is heard running quickly through the sewers before inserting a thin object into an unknown slot. It is heard speaking intelligibly for the first time, stating, "Fuck! I was almost late there." It is then seen entering a dead end in the sewers through the tracker. It is heard ruffling its clothes and running a hand through its hair. Huh. That's very interesting. Is it like mimetics? Is it cognito? What the hell is this? 5 minutes after is okay. I just have to be patient with YouTube being this broken. My condolences. Oof, the only time I've ever seen streams live on YouTube were streams where I never really interacted, so I never really had instances of censorship, because the streamers that I watch live on YouTube are so big that the chat goes so brrry. It doesn't feel like it's worth actually interacting in that way. I just watch, and usually I just watch VODs. I'm a VOD guy. Sewer zombies, they come up and eat your cheeks! Indeed they do. Occasionally it makes cackling. Oh yeah, right. 5 minutes later, A14 rushes to a small recessed room in the sewers before it is heard sitting down in a corner and tapping on the floor as if it were a keyboard. Occasionally it makes clicking sounds as if trying to replicate the clicks of a mouse. Of what? Then it is heard grumbling to itself before exclaiming, "God damn it, another audit!" I think it's trying to mimic what it did in life. Oh, it is I see. It's mimicking what it did in life. It swiped in its card and now it's working in the office. Because presumably A14 was an office worker. From there, A14 pretends to work until 11:30. Huh. You should stretch. I don't know how to redeem a stretch and hydrate. You do... Lector's gonna show you the ropes! Presumably. Oh, there you go. There you go. You also have access to this park, by the way. You just have to input the correct commands. But yes, I will hydrate in your name, Lector, on behalf of Park. As soon as my hands turn on. Hey, look, hands. Hey, look, mug. Hydration. I don't have a stretch redeem, but I do tend to keep limber. In the funny chair. I have to do this weird thing because if I position my... Oh. Yeah. There we go. My microphone stand is in the way, so it's difficult to be able to directly position the mug to pour in the contents. Beautiful contents. Anyway.
11:30. A14 stands up from its corner and walks out of the recessed room to take its lunch break. It is eventually heard sitting down again as it converses with another imaginary co-worker who it refers to as Cat. Eventually, A14 begins to talk to another co-worker who it calls Annie. The subject continues to talk at length about its promotion to middle management, as well as comforting Annie on her being passed up for the promotion in favor of A14. At the end of its break, A14 returns to the recessed room and continues to pretend to work. 2 hours later, A14 slowly walks outside towards the many voices outside its recessed room. As it gets closer, at least 12 individual voices can be discerned, ranging from children to the elderly. Usually, however, none of the voices seem to be replying to one another. Instead, they seem to be having different conversations individually. Likewise, A14 makes no further indication that it can hear the voices around it. A14 then continues to work through its day. At 16:30, so 4:30 p.m., eventually, at the end of its shift, A14 once again stands up from its room. It is heard sliding a thin object through the pipes again, and walking deeper into the sewers. With it, the voices from the previous area slowly disappear with the distance. A14, half an hour later, A14 comes into a room. Inside it, it is heard laying down on the floor and sighing to himself. It is heard saying, "Home at last." A14 calls out to the person it specifies as Honey. It then calls out again, only to be apparently met with no imaginary reply. After waiting for several seconds, it is heard collapsing to the ground. A14 begins to cry to itself. A14 is heard snoring. Wow. A14's story is definitely one for the ages, and this is 50 million kilometers long. I love it. I think this is basically a weird instance where the corpse is imitating the life it had, but it's in the wrong. It's very interesting. It's imitating the life of the corpse it had. The next day, A14 repeats its routine from the day before. However, at 7:57 a.m., a new voice is heard speaking unintelligibly as it enters the room where A14 is in. The instance makes no indication that it can hear the newly entering person. From 8 a.m. to 11:30, A14 and the new person are heard speaking over each other as both pretend to work at their jobs. With each time it picks the object up, the new person asks, 911, what's your emergency? Before conversing with another imaginary person. Both of them continue to work until the end of their shifts. Is this actually the body of the victim? At 5 p.m., A14 goes back home, with exclamation mark, forgot what those were called, actually. Quotation marks? Yes. It once again calls out to Honey. After not being answered after several tries, it is heard collapsing against the wall once again and crying. Oh yeah, have you heard of Dr. Plague? I think he's one of the most famous ones, yeah. I've never read the article directly, but I have heard of him. Actually, I think I have read the article, but I've never delved into it, I suppose. The next day. Both the subject and the other person then continue to work until their lunch breaks. At 12:30, A14 eats lunch with imaginary co-workers. The other person is heard screaming from the recessed room. It repeatedly shouts, "I can't do this!" to itself before banging its head on the walls. Bones are heard cracking as it does so. A14 makes no indication that it hears this or the other voices in the room. Soon after, the other person runs out from the room screaming, with the ground echoing throughout the greater room, with A14, where that A14 is in. It disappears and the other person grows more distant. Huh. Okay, so this is the other person. A14 comes home and calls out to Honey once again before crying in a corner. It keeps repeating, I can do this, to itself. Fascinating. Next day. A14 continues its normal activity. Several more voices are heard in the greater room outside of the subject's workplace.
As one is heard screaming hysterically, A14 is heard pausing its tapping on the floor. Afterwards, it resumes. Upon going home, A14 no longer calls out for honey. Instead, it immediately lays down and goes to sleep. Oh, maybe it's dealt with a lost loved one. Upon arriving at its workplace, the sound of the other person occupying A14's room is heard once again, taking another call in a manner akin to a 911 dispatcher. This coincides with a case of another likely SCP-8011-A attack in the nearby town of Manchester by the Sea, where a retired 911 dispatcher was killed and had her face torn off by her attacker. These guys really love tearing off faces, don't they? Upon hearing the other person's voice, A14 visibly stops at the entrance, before slowly sitting at the point of the room furthest away from the other person. Upon doing this, A14 continues to work. Correct number, wrong name. 049, the Plague Doctor. Yes. The Dr. Plague Doctor. It's fine. We're not SCP elitists here. I'm in the O5 Council. I say it's fine. 12:30. Upon conducting lunch break, I can see why this is super long, because it essentially conducts the entirety of A14's experience as a zombie. So this is why this article is 12 kilometer pages long. Alright, here we go. Upon conducting its lunch break, A14 continues to converse with its imaginary co-workers, but stops at multiple points due to the loud noises made by the other voices in the room. It is heard hyperventilating as this happens. The zombies must be called failed zombies from the Plague Doctor, or someone tried to replicate his work or something. Oh yeah, that thing does make zombies, doesn't it? I haven't read the 049 article, so... At least these zombies don't wear your skin. SCP-3008 does. Good stuff, good stuff. Right. 1:30, after it ends its lunch break, A14 enters the recess room and attempts to continue to work. As the other person begins to take another call, A14 abruptly ceases typing for several minutes. It resumes only after the other person stops talking. Afterwards, at 4:30, A14 exits the room, only to stop in order to greet one of its imaginary core workers. As it attempts to converse, the other person in the room is heard also making conversation with an imaginary co-worker. During this time, A14 completely stops making conversation with its respective co-worker, and instead is seen standing still at the doorway. Several minutes later, A14 is heard saying, "Are you done?" More hydration. More hydration, all of the hydration. We'll hydrate in your name, Oscar. Will be done. It has been done. Right. Several minutes later, I doubt these two SCPs would have any connection, but you do you. Yes. Stops making conversation with a respective co-worker and instead is seen standing still at the doorway. Several minutes later, A14 is heard saying, "Are you done?" in an angry tone to the other person. When it is met with no reply, A14 is seen approaching them and is heard crouching down and repeats saying, "Are you done?" in an angrier tone. Eh. 4:38. The other person is then heard taking another call. 8011A-14 shouts, Are you done?" Added, but is met with no reply. In response, A14 is heard screaming loudly with anger before gripping the head of the other person and smashing it against the wall repeatedly. A14 does this, the other person continues to talk in cordial tone to the imaginary person on the other end of the call that it is taking. Its voice weakens at 2 minutes later when SCP-A14 presumably damages its trachea or vocal cords. For decaying corpses, they sure do have still functioning organs, The other person continues to talk until it completely ceases 5 minutes after the attack commenced, when SCP-A14 has presumably completely destroyed its skull. Despite this, however, more sounds are heard as A14 continues to assault the other person's body. It ceases 3 minutes later. A14 then begins to cry uncontrollably. This is gonna be a 24-hour stream. Time to get some coffee or energy drink, whichever you prefer. Ha! I prefer water. It is true. Look at. Oh, actually, no, you can't see the bar, but like, you see where my cursor is. This is where the bar is, and then all of this. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's A28. Cute fella. This is a very long article that I think you raise an excellent point, and I feel like I'm going to continue this next time. So, zombies can get pissed off by fellow zombies and murder them. I'm just going to finish that one paragraph. Where I lost my place. I guess I have to start over. Ha! No. Right. Honey, immediately. Okay. Are you done? Presumably damages trachea, cry uncontrollably. Okay. A14, what is it, 12 minutes later, A14 stands up from the recessed room and walks home. More voices are heard on the other side of the microphone, still talking over each other as seen in previous cases. A14 mutters, "I can do this," over and over, and walks across the room, but is occasionally interrupted by loud noises from other voices in the area. This is a really long article. A14 arrives home 5 minutes later. It is heard slumping against the wall. It continues to repeat, "I can do this," to itself. A few seconds later, A14 calls out to Honey once again. Upon being met with no reply, A14 screams in frustration and anger and is heard punching the wall repeatedly. It is heard shouting, "I can't do this," again and again. 5 minutes after that, at 5 p.m., A14 runs out of the room and out of the sewers. It's one last paragraph, the size of the paragraph. You know that comically large spoon? Oh, I comically large spoon myself. A14 runs out of the room and out of the sewers. It exits the borders of Middlesex Fells Reservation and continues to run at full speed in full view through the towns of Winchester, Lexington, and Bedford. At this time, Foundation operatives are dispatched at Site 18 in order to pursue A14 and apprehended once it reaches its target. Oh! A14 arrives at its destination at a small cabin close to the town of Concord. Foundation operatives are still en route to its location. Upon arriving, SCP-A14 crashes through the front door of the cabin before quickly turning to enter the dining room. At the time of SCP-A14's entry into the cabin, four non-anomalous individuals were gathered in the dining room for a meal and exclaimed in surprise at the sudden intrusion. Immediately, A14 attacks the individual at the furthest end of the table, a 32-year-old man named Jonah Marlowe. According to eyewitness accounts, A14 directly seized Marlowe by his hair and repeatedly banged his head on the wooden table, shattering the plate directly in front of the victim. As Marlowe falls from his seat, A14 blinds him with his fingernails as he lays prone on the floor, then continues to assault Marlowe by bludgeoning him repeatedly in the face with both arms. Once I wrote a 2.5-hour sentence, you can say you read it. Once I wrote a 2.5 half sentence, so you can say you will read just one last sentence. My mind is a mystery. Right. Bludgeoning him. Two other people in the room, including Marlowe's wife, Nicole Tyler Marlowe, and his mother-in-law, Mariana Tyler, Watch in horror as this transpires. Meanwhile, Marlowe's father-in-law, Jacob Tyler, exits the room and enters 30 seconds later with a Colt M1911 pistol in his hand. Jacob fires 3 shots into A14's abdomen and chest, but is not able to stop the subject from assaulting Marlowe. Soon after, A14 bites into Marlowe's face, first devouring part of his right cheek. There's the cheek part. There's the iconic cheek part, Lector. I'm sure you're very happy. The article mentions cheeks. Not the cheeks you were probably talking about, but cheeks all the same, and following by eating his lips. Jacob Tyler continues to fire his gun at Marlowe, but to no avail. Upon running out of rounds, Jacob flees the room, hopefully to get a shotgun. This thing might be impervious, but at the very least it is probably susceptible to the physical, like, the force, that's the word I was looking at, the force of a slug round from a shotgun, presumably. Upon fully eating the skin of Marlowe's face, A14 abruptly desists in its hyper-aggressive behavior, as described by Nicole Tyler Marlowe. A14 slowly stands up, wipes its bloodied mouth, and smiles at her. A14 then steps forward towards Tyler Marlowe and tenderly says, "Hey honey, Oh. Wait. Okay, so... Poor cheeks, they don't stand a chance, no. Okay, so... It's a zombie that gains the memories, personality, and mannerisms of whoever's face it eats. That's interesting. So it ate the face of, what was his name again? Jonah Marlowe. So it ate Jonah Marlowe's face, and now the hyper-aggressive zombie became Jonah Marlowe. Even though it's a super long article and I don't have the time for it, it is still very interesting, and I will finish reading it next time. I'm just gonna finish this paragraph, and the 2 others that follow it. I'm gonna finish until the red line is my point. At this point, Foundation operatives arrive at the cabin. A14 moves forward to embrace Tyler Marlowe. It is quickly apprehended by operatives in full riot gear and armed with batons. A14 responds to this with aggression, attempting to bite those restraining it to the nearby table. Oh, they're restraining it to the nearby table. You are what you eat. Yeah, you are what you eat, yeah. Huh. Quickly, operatives are able to handcuff Marlowe and tie a secure gag to its mouth before carrying it to the Foundation vehicle. 2 operatives remain in order to control the situation under the disguise of SWAT team members. Shortly after, Foundation's medical staff arrive to administer first aid and provide amnestics. Haha. Jonah Marlowe's death is later concluded to have been the result of mishandling of acidic chemicals. Haha. A14 arrives at Site 18 4 hours later. It is taken to a humanoid containment cell where it continues to exhibit aggressive behavior towards researchers on the other side of its cell. By 11:45 p.m., A14 calms and curls up to one side of its cell and begins to sleep. Alright, that's a good place to end it. We'll see what happens with this A14 instance next time, because now the plot has changed. Because it's now a different person, essentially. This zombie is a tank like multiple people with riot gear couldn't take it down. It absolutely is. It says so at the top bit, like here's what they can do. An imperviousness to physical damage, such as with firearms, bladed weapons, or blunt weapons. The only way to dispatch these things is with fire. This is an insane article, and I can't wait to see how it continues and how it ends next time, which is next week. Because I was gonna not do SCP reading next week, but this article is single-handedly. I just want to see what happens, so I'll see what happens next week, and hopefully you guys. Well, if you guys have time, you can be here to join me. But otherwise, now we're over here. Right.
Thank you so much for stopping by, everybody. It was a delightful set of articles. I have 217. Oh yeah, which one was that? 49? Let's get 49 on the thing. Thank you for the great stream, Bowen. Had some great reads today. Have a wonderful weekend. Thank you. Same to you, Killshot. Oh, it's always a pleasure to be your host and to see your well wishes. And for your actual support that you do, because you're a Zion Sentinel. You actually pay me things, which is very much appreciated. You are welcome for the stream, Oscar. It was a delightful stream. I'm glad to hear it, Park. I cast Fireball. Right. Now we need to figure out who we are raiding into. Who are we raiding into? Oh! That's who we're raiding into. I love simple solutions. Yes, everyone have a lovely weekend. Enjoy your time this week, and hopefully the next week will be even better. Right. Let us go into the iconic telepathic moose. Probably should have checked if... probably should have checked, but... Yeah. Check successful. Right. Let's get those raid messages out. There they are. Beautiful. Grab them if you want to. And I shall see you guys next week. Like I said, basically the schedule from what I'm seeing next week is going to be the same as the schedule for this week, except RimWorld is going to be on Wednesday, and Thursday is going to have me reading continuing the SCP article. So we're going to finish up the 8011, we're gonna do 217, and 049 as well. So, look forward to that, and I shall see you in the next week. Take care for now, everybody. Farewell.